own development of programs and plans. But there are, of course, a lot of symbolism, and the symbolism are important because the symbolism is also what is providing, let's say, the political push for certain initiatives to move forward. The fact that this year has been declared European Year of Youth, this is clearly very important, and also with the important link to Tirana, so one of the capitals of the region being the capital of youth. But also the announcement of 2023 that President von der Leyen did on the year of skills. And skills is also something that is absolutely fundamental for the young generation and for closing the gap between the sort of the demand, the supply in the labor market, and this is clearly something that has many important repercussions for, again, creating the future for young people in the region. I think that this I will stop here. There is, of course, a lot that I could talk about in terms of what we are doing on our side to foster dialogue, Conference of Europe, discussion around the EPC. There are many, many things that are done on that level, and many things that we are doing in terms of the reform process and the dialogue on the reform process with the countries. A lot we are doing in terms of our concrete support. But I think what is important for me, bringing a little back also from the summit yesterday, is clearly this increase in focus that everybody is putting from the EU side and from the Western Balkan side on youth. Youth at the center of the developing the policy for the region. And this is not to say that everything is perfect. It's not. We know that. But I clearly see that there is, let's say, a setting of the foundations for these to be certainly a priority for the future, and therefore very much looking forward to hearing your ideas and your suggestions on how we can integrate that into the work ahead, because that will be certainly another very intensive period of work, not only in the European integration process, but also in terms of putting in place the economic investment plan. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Michela. Further proof that I am not suited to lead a youth summit anymore. A younger delegate would not forget to introduce our great speakers on Zoom, but I'm going to do that now. So we have, if you can see, our youth delegates on Zoom have the blue UNICEF backgrounds, and they are Angela Bušeska, Olsa Dome, Klara Dragović, Deborah Koljegaj, Tara Kragulj, and Teodora Rožić. So apologies again. This is why next year you should have someone younger moderate the youth session. On that note, I'd like to start with Edre, sort of to give us, again, Michela made the tie-in to Tirana and the summit the past 2 days. How do you feel that the youth is positioned in terms of the way it's younger generations and their needs are heard when it comes to both the EU integration processes and the development and economic development of the region?
Should I use the mic?
Yeah, please use the mic so everyone can hear.
Well, first of all, I definitely think that these policymakers should take into account what the youth thinks is important to be developed, because at the end of the day, these are the people who the days after tomorrow will be living in these places. I just think that there's a situation in which the needs of the youth are a bit difficult to be translated into things that the policymakers can understand, which means, for example, Ms. Matuela mentioned the Erasmus Plus program that was going to be opened for youth to do exchange programs online so that they can, quote, develop their own countries, unquote. The thing is that youth has this tendency to study online, do an exchange year online, get knowledge, but then the problem is they will use this knowledge to try again to go abroad and live there. So sure, there needs to be attention given to deepening the youth's knowledge on many important topics, but also giving them a world so that they can keep living in their own country, not just studying and then trying to go abroad. Thank you.
Thank you, Edre. And just a brief follow-up. Is there something that you can suggest that can be done in your country or perhaps even the region that would make it more appealing for you, your friends, your acquaintances to stay and sort of deposit the knowledge that you've had, whether through Erasmus programs or other programs, and make it, want you to stay and make it more appealing to stay in your country?
So definitely this is a good start. So trying to study online, get knowledge from people who can teach us maybe better than the education we can receive here. But the next step, I think, would be finding a job. So, okay, you finish your major, but then what do you do? So I think giving more importance to things like job fairs or trying to find internships is the next step to convincing the young people to firstly get their knowledge, but secondly try to develop their own country by working there, not just educating themselves.
Great, everyone to talk. So it was fascinating for me as the moderator, then I don't have to work that as hard to make you speak. Michaela, please. Then one online from Angela Buszewska, and then in order, Mate and Sat.
Thanks. So I just wanted to in fact, respond to Andrew, because I think here we are exactly on the same page. I wanted to reassure you, because that's exactly the logic in which this has been discussed also, let's say, in the summit, in preparation of the summit. The logic is, of course, not only to focus on education. Education is fundamental. But, of course, we need to work at the same time on creating opportunities in the region. That's exactly why we are making this huge investment with the economic investment plan, why we are investing also in connectivity, and why also we have pushed so much to have this agreement signed in Berlin at the summit, 3 agreements which basically, first of all, make a movement of people, students, workers in the region easier, creating essentially also a basis for a single market in the region that makes it also much more attractive for investors from outside. And that they are all elements that have to be part, of course, of the same strategy. Creating better conditions, better opportunities in the region, economic, but not only. The huge work we are doing also on rule of law is part of it. And then at the same time, of course, investing in all the important elements of education. Alone, any of these elements will not work, of course. So I think on that we are certainly on the same page.
Angela, please, first.
Thank you so much. So in my opinion, I can say that if you take a look at the statistics, especially coming from North Macedonia, we can observe that there are a lot of people that are studying abroad, both online, both going there. And that is not a bad trend, because we can see that these people are educating and getting the knowledge of what works in other countries. However, as I previously mentioned, the greatest problem is to make them stay in our country rather than just use their power to get better salaries. And I can speak as a student who is currently studying abroad that we all want to use our powers to make our countries good. But the greatest problem is not only the economic power and the salaries, but also the steps towards human rights, equitable justice systems, climate change, proper education for the future generation. So all of these big pictures also matter when we are making a decision where to stay. So when we are thinking about job and opportunities, yes, the salary and where we work matters, but also it matters on how we will be respected when we get back in our countries and how we can help to push these human rights forward.
Angela, just a brief follow-up question. Michaela mentioned that one of the agreements signed at the Western Balkans Summit in Berlin would make it easier for younger generations to move in the region, whether in seeking employment or job opportunity, or cooperation opportunities, so on and so forth. Would that make it more appealing for you and your generation if you could perhaps not only stay in one country but move in several Western Balkan countries?
Absolutely. Having the ability to, again, see how other countries function and see how we can have these other networking opportunities and relationships, sure would push things forward. But again, as I said, that the basic human rights have to be protected at any cost. And especially having these justice system problems that are currently in most of their countries is one of the things that I would say is backing up as youth people to think that somewhere else will be more respected than in our home countries.
Great, thank you so much. And then Mate, please.
I believe that in the Western Balkans, there's this general tendency of high school students tending to pursue higher education much more than maybe in other Western and Eastern countries. And I would very much agree with what my fellow delegate Idri mentioned. Currently in North Macedonia, there are about 51,000 students which decided to pursue higher education in a university. And considering that we have a population of roughly 2.1 million. That's a sizable amount of students which are willing to invest in higher education. That being said, although this may seem initially like a good thing, that leaves a big gap in the labor force market in terms of this social stigma that is given that university students only get opportunities to intern at certain places in their third or fourth year of studies. I'm a firm believer that even in their junior and senior year of high school, students should be pursued to try to intern at a certain company in order to gain that experience to further develop as individuals, and which would certainly help them in their further careers.
Great, yeah, thank you so much. First Senad, and then Clara, and then Nina.
Okay, thank you, Una. Hi, I'm Senad. I'm from Kosovo. I'm also part of the youth reference group of UNICEF in Kosovo. It's a group which represents the voices of the young people of Kosovo. Ms. Mikela and also the previous speakers, they usually did touch some points, which was like employment, education, war in Ukraine, and also the digitalization. So these are, I mean, the main points that actually impacted also the youth. About the opportunities of the employment in Kosovo, I can say that there is a lot of few opportunities, especially for the youth peoples to find a job. Therefore, there are a lot of different reasons. Like, for example, the employer, when you apply for a job, you will have to have like 2 years of experience of work. I mean, it's a criteria if you want to get the job. And we, as young people, that we focus on our studies, how can we win that kind of experience, and how can we get this kind of job? So, I mean, the first job, it's so important for the youth people. Here, I wanted to mention also like a kind of program that UNICEF in Kosovo actually doing. I mean, it's a perfect program which called Generation Unlimited, which gives the youth the opportunity to do this kind of practices, like for kind of 3 months in a private sector, so they can find a proper factory, and then they can actually work there for 3 months. So this kind of thing, it gives them a kind of experience. And there are also like a lot of cases where after this practice, they get a proper job in the same factory that they already did. They kind of practice. And also maybe a solution can be also the dual system of education, which can be done like maybe 2 days of school and then 3 days of work. I mean, which is a perfect example, like the system in Germany. I mean, also about the digitalization, which is really, I mean, a good point. It has also impacted a lot of youth people. So I am also a member of the Roma community, and we all know that Roma community face a lot of difficulties on social condition, also on the education. And also I help in a learning center where we help the children with the after-school program. And there I have noticed the result of the pandemic that has happened, because all that for the lack of the equipment, the lack of the digital skills, which we face the same problem now nowadays. If we want to keep an online lesson, or it will be impossible to take all the children included in that kind of session. So I think that all the stakeholders, also including the governments, the private sectors, and civil society, need to design different strategies to develop the young people digital skills, because like that, I think that we can enhance the education. I think that we can reduce the unemployment. When I say that reduce the unemployment of the youth, I say that because of a lot of opportunities right nowadays are that to work online from your home. And also it can contribute also to the nature. For example, if we want to do a marketing, we don't have to print different brochures or different banners or things like that. So we can do the marketing online, which is like more accessible also for the young people. And as for the war in the Ukraine, it really has impacted a lot of the youth of Kosovo. I say that because it has impacted also on the economical area, where we can see the raising of the prices, which is like flying, maybe, let's say, and also the rise of the inflation, which also after that it has impacted also the employment of the youth because of the raising of the inflation, a lot of small companies terminate their operation. They are not working anymore, so a lot of young people lost their jobs. Also, last but not least, which is very important, it has impacted on the mental health of the youth, which is really a good point, I mean, that need to be noticed and need to be said here. It has, because I'm talking from my experience, because always when I go out with my friends and also with my peers, we talk about the war in the Ukraine, what is happening and what will happen in the future. So this kind of thing, it creates maybe a kind of insecurity to us as a young people. We as Western Balkans, actually, we know what the war is, and what we can actually suggest is to start a reconciliation, because the reconciliation can start maybe with a coffee, and then maybe it can end up the war. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Senat. Actually, it's interesting because one of my first sort of, it wasn't a job, it was more of like a volunteering opportunity, was at a learning center in Plemetina in Kosovo with the Roma community. And those are one of the, always the sterling examples, and just briefly to explain, it's where there are after-school activities to help children that are lagging behind. And they're often young people who are involved in helping them with their homework and stuff like that, especially if their parents are at work. So great thing right there. Let's continue quickly because there are many people who want to say something. I believe Klara Dragovic had something to say, and one of our online delegates.
Hello, everyone. I'm a student in first year of Art Academy, majoring in graphic design. And at my university, there's more practice than theory. And I'm the only one of my friends who can say that I'm satisfied with the education, but all of my other friends are not, because they have to learn from some old books, and the other university in my country, they use older teaching methods. And because of that, in my opinion, education in Montenegro is at an enviable level. Because of that, the students often go to exchange abroad, and I believe that the education system should be changed so that it's more adapted to the interstate of students.
And just one follow-up question. You mentioned about, a lot of rote learning and, textbook-based learning being the norm in the Western Balkans. Have you and your peers sort of sought out on your own digital resources that could help you in your education process? And, do you have any ideas as to what can be done to support you in that form?
Yes, of course. I think that talking out loud on social media and everything could help, but I don't think it's a solution. I think it's just a tool, and we need to really think about how we use that tool, because it can be, in the future, it can help, but it can hidden it. So I think that we just need to raise awareness, not only of young people, but from older people, because the youth is usually on social media.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I just meant as an intermediate sort of solution, or something that could help you sort of find additional resources for your university studies and other topics that interest you. Thank you, Klara. On to Nina, please.
So we all agree that the first job is the major problem for youth in the Western Balkans. So maybe what is the really problem with that? Because I think always that it's graduate, it's my biggest world problem. But then I realize, and also my friends from Serbia, that it's the time that we need, like first job is the same like the survivor time. So for us, because then you go to LinkedIn or somewhere, and they need like 3 years of experience. You need to know to fly, to do this. And I was like, okay, I have a good good faculty, and that is not enough. Okay, so it's really important to understand that the internship program is bad in our country. We really need to go to see how we can learn some other stuff, so we can maybe change our mind, so we can decide in which way our career goes. So it's but how with this like you change our curriculum on the faculty, and 5 10 years, it's not enough, because we need transformation, we need flow on education, formal and also not formal, like digital platform. Why not? It's a great opportunity for the kids from the village and for kids in the big city. We can all have the same chance. Also, the problem with the very fast internet is also a problem that youth from West Balkan is facing. It's not maybe a theme in Europe, but here in our country, it's really a theme also. So that's maybe some of the solution, yeah, digital platform, and also internship in the Europe. Maybe we can catch some maybe new experience, and also why not in the other country in Western Europe. So maybe now this is great opportunity for us to share our experience, and we really want more experience like this. We really want more chance for that. So it's really a great thing that we are talking now about this stuff. It's really mean to youth. Thank you.
That's great to hear, Nina. And now, Teodora from the online delegates, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm a youth delegate from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I just wanted to say that in these situations, usually when we speak about anything about young people, we mostly and very often forget about mental health about young people, which is what I'm very interested about. And I've just seen, and I've faced, and I have a lot of friends actually who are, dealing with mental health, and that also represents it in like school problems and stuff. So I really think that's something that we should talk more about, and it's a message to be spread around, and really people to hear about it. And also in my school, we don't really have anything like internships or something like that, which I think is really bad, because we need to know anything about any like job offers or something like that, just to know what we maybe want or what we like or what we don't like, just to get something out of it. And I think that's also very important. So maybe that could really help in schools around the Balkans.
Thanks so much. Internships seem to be a theme today, so everyone in the audience to take note. Deborah, quickly again from our online delegates, and then Jelena and Michaela.
Hi everyone, I'm Deborah. I am a deputy of the National Students' Parliament, and I also hold chair of commission for security and prevention of violence. Being that has definitely helped me be closer to Albanian youth, and I've understood that we do have the power, we do have the potential, but we just need a little stigma, a little click that just can make us, succeed and achieve everything we want. Firstly, given the digitalization, we know that as youth, we find things cool when they're a little techy. It's the generation thing right now. After that, we think that for the education, we should be able to use technologies and implement different ways of it in order to make our studies, our education much more comprehensible for youth. We have to find different ways to interpret advocacy. So for example, since for Albania we had an earthquake and then the pandemic and then also the war in Ukraine, it all definitely impacted on the mental health side, and we should use and find ways to make technology a way for us to present and raise awareness for different topics that are related to the Albanian youth. And after that, I can say that I'm really happy that we got this opportunity because being someone who is young, we always want to find different ways to raise awareness and to make ourselves much more usable for the community. Thank you.
Deborah, just a quick follow-up question. When you say mental health, support system for mental health, do you mean that, and you can mean both obviously as well, but more something, professional help within your educational institutions? So something, or do you mean also perhaps support groups within your age group where you would discuss these issues?
Definitely combining both, because since the war and everything else in our youth, there was raised this sense of fragility and vulnerability. And if we just find a way to make it more stable, we will be able to have a better success in our future.
Thank you so much. And Jelena, please.
So I will back on what Clara and Senat talked about. I believe that a big problem is that young people from secondary vocational schools don't have adequate practice, because I will speak now from my experience. I go to high school for medical high school, and I don't have a practice. I just learn mastery through the words, but not the action. How somebody can expect to work this job without the action, without the practice? And I think the big system mistake is that the classes were 30 minutes. How do you expect that you can learn something for 30 minutes? How do you can learn pharmacology for 30 minutes? How do you can make a resume what you learn for this time? I think we lost a lot from the period of the pandemic, and now when we throw to that, people too much expect from us, but we can't take a lot.
Thank you, Jelena. And Michaela, please.
Maybe just to react to two topics that I heard coming back sort of persistently. One is the traineeship path, so basically how to connect, let's say, the education with the employment, and there is this gap clearly in between that you have all identified. This is something that indeed also on our side we have identified as an issue. There are, as part of the different programs that we are supporting from our side, and of course this is a contribution to something that, of course, is structural and therefore needs to be, of course, approached with solutions that are also structural. But there are a traineeship in particular that we are supporting in the IT field. So basically with the possibility of doing traineeships in small European companies that, for instance, in this field would be certainly very, very useful. But maybe that's also an area where we can look both in terms of what we can do, but also in terms of our policy dialogue, how we can maybe also contribute to that discussion. The other thing that I heard coming up, in fact, from many interventions, is the issue of the mental health, and as an implication of the pandemic. And I think that this is an issue that does clearly come up all over the world, so clearly also in the Western Balkans. And there, just to say that we are also supporting this so-called Western Balkans Youth Lab, so basically Youth Lab at regional level as an instrument to have the input of young people into the policy making. And in fact, the first of this is something rather recent that has started rather recently. So the first one was focused on youth employment. So again, clearly, I think a topic that probably none of you has not mentioned, so clearly there I think it's obviously identified as one of the main issues. But the second one, in fact, which is ongoing, is on mental health. Yeah. So this is also to say, there are also instruments there, and let's really use them, because the idea of this youth lab are really to use them as this discussion, in fact, to basically influence and make policymakers aware of what the issues are from your side, but also what are your suggested solutions. So this is a great opportunity that I invite really everybody to be part of.
Yeah, thank you so much, especially your intervention on the Western Balkans Youth Lab. I'm assuming the delegates could benefit from either being involved or following the work of institutions or of platforms, that put, place their voices first. I'm going to do a mini intervention, sort of, because we're kind of closing in on time, and make sure that we can shift gears slightly. One of the issues that we discussed in the prep sessions and everything was whether the war in Ukraine had made the desire for membership greater in the Western Balkans, and how. And I'm going to hand the question to Oysa, who's one of our youth delegates, who probably did not want to answer that question specifically, but could start with that or add on to her presentation. Do we have Oysa?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect.
Okay, so yeah. The war in Ukraine has actually affected a lot. It has impacted the view of young people of the possibility of EU membership and having future in our own country. because the European Union, as we know, in normal conditions, focuses on enabling goods, services, and freedom to people. But the war in Ukraine can be considered as a slowdown factor on the membership acceptance in EU because the concentration doesn't stay in the normal conditions goals, but it moves towards the priority of helping people affected by the war. So I think that what we could do at this point is recognize the material and emotional impact of the war on people, and also organize activism with volunteering work and contribute on emotional support towards the people affected. Also, I could share an advice from the concrete background of Kosovo because of the last war 23 years ago. Wars are not the correct instrument of solving conflicts, but dialogues are. So this could be a good advice. Also, if I could add some more opinions in the two other points. So I'm a 17-year-old girl from Kosovo, and I'm a member of the youth reference group, a group that brings the youth together to organize activism in different fields. As a teen, I've realized that the education in my country needs a lot of improvements, and that's why as youth, we would suggest that practical and informal methods would be useful. As the other delegates said, I think that trainings and career orientation trainings and sessions would help each one of us choose the right career, for example. And also this kind of advancement could be consolidated if more internships and practical work would be put in our disposal. To be specific, UNICEF Kosovo Program's latest annual report published on April 2022 says that in a year, about 644 young people completed 3-month paid internships. And after that, nearly a quarter of these young people were successfully employed. So this could be a way to make an impact. And also the digitalization. As a student and as an active volunteer in my social circle, I've been a part of different UNICEF programs, such as Podium, Ponder, and Upshift. And specifically after winning the Podium budget to implement an impactful idea in my city, me and a group of friends put a digital screen in the middle of our school's corridor and used that advanced equipment to advocate about mental health that we mentioned before. So this could be a way to advocate, not with the boring flyers and papers that people usually share for advocating for different topics, but we could use digitalized devices. So these were two of the topics I really wanted to point out after considering them really important and a nowadays challenge. I hope that by cooperating and continuing to share ideas and taking action, improvement will be visible in our vision. Thank you for the time.
Great, thanks, Lisa. And I am going to mispronounce this because I could not hear the name well in my ear. Kostianjano from our online
it's
panel.
fine. Hi, everyone.
Can you say your name?
Hi, everyone. I'm Kostian. Yeah, it's fine.
Kostian. Oh, perfect. So I heard it right. Right. I was waiting for someone to laugh at me. Please go ahead.
No. Hi, everyone. I'm Kostian. I represent EU Voice Network of Organization and European Democracy Youth Network. What an amazing discussion. I shortly wanted to add that brain drain, in my opinion, is absolutely the biggest problem that youth in Western Balkans has. But we have to agree that we also live in a global world. And that means that everyone, let's say, is in their rights to be ambitious and to want to try to achieve bigger things in Europe and to work in Europe. I think that what we should do and focus more is to integrate our universities much faster in order to have better curriculum, more funds for scientific research, proper youth information services, and why not a proper regional Erasmus program integrated in the whole Erasmus program. I think those points can make a change and more attraction to young people in regard to Western Balkans. And of course, we hear a lot of our politicians and media talking a lot about unemployment and new jobs. But I think we have to focus also on quality jobs. That means that our countries and also European Union has to work together to bring more investments in Western Balkans and to make Western Balkans more attractive for foreign and European companies to come and invest in Western Balkans. In that regard, we can have highly paid jobs and qualitative jobs. And in that way, we can keep young people more in Western Balkans. So that is my opinion. We should focus a lot on education and, of course, in better and more well-paid jobs.
Great, Kostyan. Thank you so much. We have interventions from Angela and Deborah on our two online delegates. Kostyan was not an online delegate, but is involved in our activities, just to make sure that we're separating the two. Yeah, please go ahead. And Jelena as well. And then perhaps we can open the floor for questions, so you can come up with your questions as the other speakers finish their presentations.
Thank you so much. So as a student of electrical engineering and computer science, I just wanted to highlight how important it is for us, the young people, to really focus on the digitalization skills. Because in traditionally conservative societies, I would say that we, using digitalization, are really the final chance to steer our countries towards some progress and growth and prosperity. So we only have to not implement digitalization in our daily lifestyle and in our communities, but also to help our older members, like parents and relatives, on how to further use it. For example, during the COVID region, when the whole world kind of became a global village, I found an organization which helped over 60,000 people to reduce their carbon emissions and got us to be the youngest Macedonians to be on the Forbes list at the age of 20. I just wanted to say that starting myself as a climate activist, basically in my city of home, in the small city, I started to introduce a lifestyle unknown to my parents and relatives around me. And I believe that since all of our Gen Zers right now are loud and outspoken, we are able to use this digitalization that we have in our hands to have our people around us progress on issues that are unknown to themselves, like the climate change or the justice system that is constantly being backwards compared to the European Union from our side. And I would just say that now, currently, as everyone is more and more connected, we are just one click away from our peers. So that really helps us to collaborate and build relationships with them so that we can learn what works in their countries and bring that back home. And just swallowing a light on the war in Ukraine, I would just say that if we learn one thing from this war, it's really the power of collaboration and alliances. Because now, if you face the truth, Ukraine would have never survived at this point in the invasion if there was not international donation and support like there is right now. And in moments like this, really, it is important for us to understand how supportive would be if, for example, my country, North Macedonia, would be a part of the European family, because we can become also a soft spot, vulnerable to attack. And if we are having this collaboration and membership, that will help us to make sure that we have a better future in our countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. And now for Deborah.
Just a small intervention on the war in Ukraine. Now, even though we're the Western Balkans, we do think that it doesn't directly impact us, but yeah, it does. Firstly, it slowed the development. It raised an inflation on the economy, and it also shifted the focus from the European Union. So we were candidates for the European Union, and of course, the focus is a little bit more into the war in Ukraine. Now, just a small phenomena that has happened. For example, in the social media, or I would say mostly in the media in general, when we open the TV, we see, just news is, for example, in war today in Ukraine, 3,000 people, let's say a number, died. And we changed the program and it's normal, just like that. We shouldn't be able to normalize war. We shouldn't be able to make this thing all look very natural to us. We should be able to use digitalization, social media, as a way to raise awareness and to start activism against this, because we know, my fellow delegates from Kosovo and also the others know that war doesn't really solve problems, and we as youth should be the one to firstly start the change and this whole revolution. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. And now for Jelena, please, and then Nina.
I think we must do something about the charity to help each other, because if we work together, we can make something. Also, I can think that we must include the other young people to activism and volunteering, because a lot of them don't do it because they or don't want or don't know what is it, or just like this.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Jan. I'm sorry. That's great. And Nina, please.
I think it's very important to note that young people don't support war. And that we really feel like citizens of all the world. And also we are citizens of Europe, so we're Europe young. So I think it's important to young to feel that they're not left behind. Because when we speak about this topic, one thing is social media and the other is traditional media. Because we can hear a lot in the media, we can hear a lot speech about hate and everything, but we really don't agree with all of that. And it's really important to we on the social media build community about speech of peace, and also to be aware that we need space on the traditional media to young to speak about that topic, because we don't have a space on the media, traditional media, TV, and also.
That's great, Nina, and really important for you to hand it over to Mate quickly and then Senad, but just briefly, it's really inspiring that younger generations like yours are less inclined towards hate speech and intolerance and that kind of stuff that my generations and those older ones and those in power are increasingly more inclined towards. So yeah, that's very important to hear. Please, Mate.
If someone was to say to us that we'd be standing, or rather sitting here talking about an ongoing war in the year of 2022, we'd all be in disbelief, and yet here we are. As my fellow delegates, Osa and Deborah mentioned, as well as Jelena and Nina, the ongoing war may have decelerated the EU membership process for the Western Balkan countries. That being said, I believe that we, as Western Balkan countries, have shown an incredible amount of empathy and support in various forms over the past year, and that in a way represents that we value the core values of the EU, that we truly care for equity, rule of right, and equality among all citizens. And I think that by continuing to support many Ukrainians and many children who are not deserving of the state that they've been put in, then we're really showing the true colors of what we stand for as countries.
Great. Please, Senad. Thank you.
I just wanted to connect to the question about the EU membership. I think that EU have to open her eyes and to make also easier the procedures of including also the Western Balkan as soon as possible into the EU membership. I say that because I told also before in my speech that we young people will feel sometimes insecure when we heard about something that is happening, a war in this year. So if the Western Balkan will be as soon as possible included in the EU membership, I think it will be a lot of good, a lot of benefits from it, especially to the young people. Because yesterday I was part in the European Parliament for the European Year of the Youth, and I've seen that a lot of youth did benefit from the European Union opportunities. And we also, as youngsters from the Western Balkans, we want also to benefit from this kind of opportunities, and we are willing to benefit from it. Thanks.
Thank you. Idri, I have you on as next, but wait just a second. I'm going to open the floor to questions just to make sure maybe you can combine one of the answers with your comment. Are there any questions from the audience? No questions from the audience. Are you scared of the young youth panel? Please go ahead, sir.
Thanks, no. Hello, my name is David Chmelik. I am the president and founder of Slavonic Europe. It's a movement here based in Brussels. So I have a question to you concerning mental health, since it was quite often mentioned today. And I would like to ask you, what do you understand under mental health or mental health problems concretely? Thanks.
Idri, do you want to take that, or should I give it to someone else and then get back to you?
Someone else.
Okay, great. Anyone want to talk about mental health first?
Was it directed to me, right?
No, the
okay,
whole
all
panel.
of us.
Or the
Sorry.
online panel. Does the online panel want to take the question? Because there were several. Oh, Anina, please.
Oh.
So from my side of view, in Serbia, it's a really big problem because we don't have really, like if you want an appointment, you first of all, really, really big stigma in Western Balkans about mental health. So you're like crazy, don't go to therapy, it's for nuts people, like all the people told that to us. So we don't really speak about that freely. But when we speak to each other for friends, we see what it's really important. So, but then I take okay, I will check where I can go, and it's so hard to find that therapy of okay, you can came maybe 2 months, 3, and I really scared of that, and I don't go or something like that. It's really not. It's really hard for us to get really mental health. It's not. I think that it's not. It's thing like health problem or it like health system. It's why not I can go to dentist or it's the same thing. It's about my health. So really for youth now in Serbia, and I think it's a really great practice for all country. It's one program of UNICEF. It's like platform. Everything it's okay on English, and there we can find some information about mental health. We can check where we can apply, who we can call. It's call center also here, and it's amazing because of that stigma. Maybe I don't want to. Don't have courage to go somewhere. I'm living in a small city or town or village. We don't have a doctor for that or therapist, and I can only do the click and see all information, call center and everything. It's a really, really, maybe I think for youth, also in UNICEF Serbia, we have an advisory group of mental health. So it's, we create, I'm also the member, so we create together that platform. It's all youth friendly, so you can check it. Sve okay, it's all okay. So we're really proud of that because young people, it's now on it, and we're spreading the news, and we try to really break that stigma on young people. So it's, I think maybe it's solution on internet in Western Balkans because of accessibility and because of that really stigma. And maybe it's the fastest solution, and we really need it fast because first COVID, now this with war and everything, we feel like, okay, adults, everything is okay, everybody pretending, and we're in the house. Like chaos is really big on young, we're scared what's happening next, how we can get that first job and everything, and we're on the low on the trade market, really. So that's maybe the fastest way, because really we can't skip the mental health now. It's not option for us. We can see what is the number of the youth who is needed. So we don't have the solution, maybe something that is the regular way, but this solution is maybe the fastest. So yeah.
Thank you, Nina. That's fantastic, especially because I know many generations, older generations. I think some of the people here in the group are not going to like, in the audience are not going to like that I keep referring to them as old, but are not very open to talking about mental health and mental health issues. Let's do a bit of a lightning round because we're wrapping up slowly. Deborah, Teodora, Tara, and then Edre. So Deborah, Teodora, Tara, Edre. You all have beautiful names. Please.
A recognition related to the question, I'd just say something. We need to be mentally safe before we're mentally strong. So if we want to be strong, successful people, we need to firstly feel safe in our environment, and that is related to the mental health. I'm not going to repeat things that my fellow delegate has said previously, but I just think that we should find a little bit more of support on our mental health issues, and if we can solve that, everything else will find a way to settle down.
Thank you. Teodora?
I just wanted also to say, like Nina already said, the situation here in the Balkans is usually, mental health, oh no, it's nothing, it's not a big deal, it's going to be over soon. It's not really seen as a problem, and I think that is the biggest problem that we have here. I think we need to understand that mental health is equally important as any other situation that we have on our bodies. If we, I don't know, have some diseases or something, it's the same thing. It's maybe even, sometimes worse for people who are dealing with kinds of depression and anxiety and stuff like that. And I think we really have to acknowledge mental health and try to spread the word around for all the people. I know in my high school we don't talk about mental health at all, which I think is really, really bad. And I live in a small city, but still, I know that in my country, genuinely, we don't think of mental health as a big problem, which actually really is. Not only for young people, but for everyone. And after COVID and now with the war in Ukraine, I know that just a lot of people, are not maybe the same like they were a few years back. And everything has an impact on us, on our bodies and on our psyche. And I just think mental health shouldn't be a taboo thing. I think really we should just try to spread the word around and maybe use this media and activism and all the platforms that we have to just kind of get the message to the world. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tara, who I apologize for not calling on earlier. You haven't made an intervention so far, so please feel free to both talk about the question at hand and any other issue you would like to highlight. I'm stealing some time from everyone's lunch to do so, because I didn't give you time earlier.
So I just wanted to step up on Nina's points of view. I'm also from Serbia, and I think the biggest problem in Serbia is, as she said, we're not considering mental health as a big thing, but I think we have systematic problems. For example, I think we're not talking about it enough since the early ages, especially in schools. I think, I'm not sure if this applies to all of the countries, but especially for Serbia. I feel like young people don't even trust people. They're supposed to care about their mental health, especially, for example, school psychologists. I personally had situations in high school where I would talk to a psychologist in school, and I heard her talking about my problems with other colleagues. So I think that is the biggest issue. But on the other hand, I think we started talking more about mental issues since the COVID and war in Ukraine, especially on social medias. So I think there's some progress, but I'm not sure if we're able to change everything just on the social medias.
Thank you so much, Tara. Edri, in some weird coincidence, we've both started and are ending with you, so.
So what I wanted to say had actually to do with the questions about Ukraine.
Perfect.
So something strange that happens in the Albanian parliament is that when a speaker is talking, they sometimes make promises about Albania becoming a part of Europe. So I think that Albania is a part of Europe already, because we literally are in Europe. And this strange thing also happens with Ukraine. So for example, they geographically are in Europe. They play in the Euro, so football or soccer, although it's football. They take part in Eurovision, so the song contest. But then at the point that war begins, they're not part of Europe. So I think this even more makes it clear how important it is to become part of these organizations, because although you are entitled to be part of Europe, you need to be entitled to be part of the EU to be protected when someone decides to invade you. So yeah, thank you.
I'm going to do just a quick wrap-up of topics. I don't know about you, but I was surprised with some of the direction this took. There was obviously the very top, there's discussions about economic development that would lead to more job opportunities and minimize the brain drain or the inclination of the youth, educated, highly capable youth, their inclination to leave the region. There was an emphasis that I found very interesting on more movement within the region amongst younger generations, investment from outside in technologies and also sectors that the youth could benefit from. Digital skills were highlighted and digital platforms for things ranging from additional educational materials to, again, mental health issues. Internships were emphasized several times, so this is important. It's something that goes against what I think is often a stereotype when it comes to the Western Balkans in general, or at least one I've confronted when talking to people, that young generations don't want to work. In fact, they're very much interested in gaining new skills through internships, whether in the educational phase or afterwards. Internet access was a really important point that was made because that could make all these other services much more accessible to everyone. And yeah, there was a fantastic example from Macedonia, if I'm not mistaken, about a climate activist who, tried to do things on her own, climate conscious technology changes, in her own community on her own without, and trying to engage her family and friends into this. And yeah, I guess the theme sort of in the second part was definitely mental health. And what I found very poignant was, especially with what Nina said, that, the younger generations are scared. They're scared of not having jobs. They're scared of what's happening in the world. They're scared of everything that's going on. And unlike previous generations, they want help for both their fear and their lack of security. So I think that's a very interesting note to end on. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Lunch is upstairs. And yeah. Round of applause for the young delegates, please.
Recording stopped.
Goodbye, everyone.
Good afternoon. Check. Hey.
Okay.
Recording in progress. Good afternoon. A very warm welcome to all of you. Those of you who are here physically present, but also those of us who are online. Thank you for making the time to be with us at Friends of Europe. My name is Dharmendra Kanani. I'm going to be moderating this very significant Balkan Summit. For those of you who've been here before, a warm welcome back. For those of you who are new, thank you for joining us. A couple of years ago, we made a decision that the way in which we were doing our annual Balkan Summit was very much through the lens of the EU. I wanted us to change that. We've done that. We've basically taken the discussion around the Balkans through a Balkans lens, looking at the fact that good growth, good democracy, rule of law, making communities work is good for any democracy in any society. It doesn't have to be just because you have to enter the EU. And our approach has been, essentially, the lens we're taking the Balkans is glass half full rather than glass half empty. And that's the approach we are taking to all our discussions around the Balkans. It's a real pleasure to welcome you all here. We will also be launching our security study. It's part of our EU Defence Security Series, where we've had one of our senior fellows, Paul Taylor, well-known journo, who's been interviewing people in the region and outside to think about security in the Balkans. Timely, obviously, given what's happened to Ukraine and other matters. I've been kind of moderating these sessions for many, many years, and I have to say, I was just commenting on that. It's the first time I've got three big guns. I shouldn't say guns. Three big folk. In a way, you have one prime minister or a president, but to have a president and two prime ministers from very significant parts of the Balkans is a wow factor. So thank you three for being here. We're honoured, privileged, and we do respect the fact that you are busy people, but you've made the time to be here, especially the day after, where we had the EU Balkan Summit hosted in Tirana. And so, in particular, I'm really pleased that people have taken flights in the morning. These men have been flying and having to do all their other state business while still trying to get here for this Balkan Summit. So thank you, and thanks to all of you for being here. It's going to be a tortuous task, and it's the toughest gig for me because I know that all of these three men have a lot to say. And so I'm going to try and make sure there's enough interaction with you and make sure that they create the space for that, because it's important, because it's not often, as I say, it's not often you get the opportunity to dialogue with three state leaders in a room in front of you to talk about matters of the day, especially on the back of the EU Balkan Summit. So I'm going to ask all three of them the same opening question, actually. So firstly, Siva, thank you very much for being with us. You've been with us in person some years ago, but I know Eddie has also been here, but I think probably a decade ago or less than that. But last time we worked together, you made the most impassioned plea, virtually, about the sacrifices, the things you'd done to commit to this EU Balkan story, and how the relationship, you did everything possible, but felt let down. After yesterday, do you still feel optimistic? Has anything changed, or is it the same old, same old? Over to you.
It's working. It's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's okay. So, dear host, thank you for an invitation to speak along all of these distinguished gentlemen. Then, and sorry for standing while speaking, because that's the only way to appear taller than Eddie. So I saw very short remarks on the scenario you have offered to us before coming here. So I saw the scenario you are offering us only 5 minutes per person for the introductory remarks. You have, in essence, repeating the mistake of President Macron in the recent Paris Peace Forum. You're inviting the people from the Balkans and squeezing all of us into 5 minutes. Come on.
I know it's culturally inappropriate.
Very shortly. Yesterday event was a significant one, but not with historic proportions. And we have here, myself and Dieter has not been there, but Eddie was the host, and he can something more to tell to you. The watershed event, the milestone, I would say, regarding North Macedonia, European Union integrations, happened in midsummer this year, when we have finally lifted that blockade put on us on one member state of the European Union and started negotiations. We are now in the so-called boring term and the screening process, which should last for 14 months and should end by November next year. And after that, we should continue with opening the clusters now, the new name for the previous chapters. but I can tell you that Euro enthusiasm is not there. Then in the last 18 months only, the support for the European Union integration, I'm speaking for my country, I'm quite confident that the similar trends are happening in the rest of the Western Balkan region. No, no. Dropped by 25%. So now we are in the 60 in the range of 60 to 62% in favor of the European Union membership, and we have been in the 80s, even 90s, just a few years ago. But it's up to the Europhiles living in North Macedonia. It's up to the responsible leadership, political leadership, to show to the people that this is the best alternative for our country, for the prosperity and real transformation of all vital sectors in the society. So this is the path we are not going to give up. And of course, on that way, we are expecting full support, 100%, and full focus on the part of the European Union as well. And one short sentence for these 2-3 minutes at the beginning. I wouldn't like to see that the European Union, once the war in Ukraine is over, hopefully tomorrow or today, will be back to the business as usual. Then dealing only with the internal infighting, only speaking about the EU long-term financial perspective, speaking only about who will get what within the European Union, and losing focus on the Western Balkan. And I wouldn't like to see that Western Balkan will enter again into the real focus of the European Union and of Brussels only when there is a big migration crisis or some big war on the continent. Thank you.
So, whilst you've got the mic, if I can, just one follow-up. Am I kind of, from what you said, these are my words, not yours. So the atmosphere hasn't changed towards you and enlargement as a result of what's happened?
Honestly, not too much, because we have paid really a high political price.
Okay.
Then we have approximately 2/3 of the people being against the European negotiating framework. And despite all of that, we have accepted that framework in our parliament. But that was a really tough and uphill battle.
Thank you. Okay, I promise I'll give you opportunities to ask questions from the audience, but I want to give all three the opportunity to make their opening remarks. So, Prime Minister Montenegro, please, first to you now, the same question. Do you feel more optimistic? Have things changed, or is it, for you, the same old, in terms of EU-Balkan negotiations and discussions?
So, first of all, Mr. Kanani and dear audience and dear excellencies, my friends, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I think that this is the great opportunity for all of us to do some interactive discussion to see how we see the future of the Western Balkans in connection with EU. Just very short about the yesterday meeting. It's connected with your question. Everything what Eddie is maestro for the events, and I think that was very, very, very nice. Me and President was not there, but
you are more about substance, you know.
But it's very good to see the lot of leaders which coming to giving the support to Western Balkan countries, and I am pretty optimistic. Maybe it's not looking like this. Maybe we have some difficulties. It's true, challenges, but definitely EU need to understand what's simple thing. EU also need to stay attractive for the countries who want to join EU, especially after Brexit. This is first point. Second point is the situation after aggression of Russia Federation in Ukraine. If EU don't understand that they need to stay attractive and to keep the open door for the Western Balkan countries, I think that everybody will lose. Not only countries from Western Balkan. I think that everybody will lose. So I think that now it's a little bit after all this happens. We have 2 or 3 meetings which was very good. We have also a very good meeting in the Berlin, very good meeting. I think that yesterday was also a very successful meeting, and maybe with some agreement which are not so crucial but are very important, we sending a different message to the region of Western Balkan. Yes, it's true that in meantime we have also intention, not concretely in our countries, but very near to our countries, and we need to see how we can support all 6 countries to stay focused on the EU agenda. It's not easy because people, ordinary people, waiting for some concrete steps and waiting to deliver something concrete. I just want to mention that in New York, we have the common meetings of the 6 leaders of Western Balkan countries with the Commissioner and discuss about support in context of energy crisis. And 2 months after that, we have something concrete to deliver to the people. So when we are unique in advocacy, in voice, when we are loud, all 6 for the same thing, I think that we can come to the goal. When we coming, talking bad about each other, fighting each other, in the meetings with the EU or without EU, we making problems also to our people. So my message is, let's try all together. It's not so complicated to see what are the topics that we can have the same voice, that we can have the same request, and go with that request to European Commission. I want to congratulate Albania and North Macedonia for the finally deblocating of the EU process. I think that they wait a long time, and decision making also from side of EU should be more effective. If it's not effective, we giving the possibility to some third sides to come in the region, to jump in the region, to make impact on the region, because they will be more concrete. In Montenegro, I don't know percentage in other countries, more than 80% of people still have giving strong support to EU perspective of the country. We don't want to lose that. But also expecting, with all our internal problems and challenges, from another side, to understand that message and to don't, with some bureaucratic, misunderstanding, to change that will in some negative way. I think that we should understand that the will of the people is realistic and honest in the way that the huge majority of the country see country like the future in EU and the part of the big European family.
Thank you for that. Do you feel that, as I said to Sivo, do you feel that the atmosphere has changed in relation, and what I mean by that is that has the tone of engagement changed since Ukraine? Is there a sense of understanding the geopolitical opportunity that the Balkans present and getting over the old arguments of EU Balkans? Has that changed, or is it just the same old for you?
Thank you for that question, because I want to give a little critique. I think that is constructive, but maybe it's not. So, yes, in the context that we need to be more concrete in support of Ukraine, we need to be more solidar, we need to go to the sanction in everything, that was, EU is pretty active, and we follow that. And in context, to see that door it's more open for us, I didn't see this. This is the problem. So, yes, support, sanction, this, that, everything, which is okay, and I am fully agree with that. And we will, until the end, support Ukraine. Until the end. We have more than 10,000 refugees in our country, which is near to 2% of population, because we are very, very small. We will do that until the end. But in the end of the day, it's not only to talk, support, doing this, doing that, but to open the space for Western Balkans. Because if we don't use this opportunity, I think that we will stay like a black hole, and that will be also problematic for EU. So I am much more agreed with the countries which always saying that Western Balkan countries need to have the priority, and we need to make some concrete steps to bring them in the EU.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to now, last but not least, thank you also for making the journey, Eddie. And I know that it was a very early start, given that you hosted in Tirana the summit. tell us, give us your honest reflection of what you felt happened yesterday, and whether, as I said, has anything changed, or is it the same? Or do you see any glimmer of hope that Ukraine is creating a different context for this conversation?
Thank you for this opportunity, really. And it's also a great opportunity to finally disagree with Stevo, because we have agreed so much lately, and it became unbearable. And so it's a moment to disagree. When someone asked me long ago, what Albania can bring to Europe, to the European Union? You know, it's not easy to answer this question, right? And I said, we can bring some smile. And yesterday, we brought smile in their faces. You saw their faces yesterday? They were better than when they gather in the boring Brussels and in their depressed great capitals. And the great thing was during the family photo, because we had a different way to make family photo, and I hope this will change also their way to make family photo. It was great to hear behind me the sun. Look at the sun. What a beautiful sun. The sun, the sun. It was like, you know, people getting out from a cave from a long time and enjoying the sun. Because it was a beautiful sun yesterday in Tirana. And these are good things, right? We gave yesterday to the European Union. But talking about the smile, I think it's more profound than just superficial. Because first of all, we are very loyal, Albanians, I mean. And we are never boring. And these two things are very much needed in the European Union. We are very loyal, and the popularity, and this is where I disagree fully with Stevo. No, not that I disagree. About North Macedonia is true. About Montenegro is true. But we are different. The popularity of European Union in Albania is still very high. And it's not me that I say, the oracle of Brussels, EU barometer, says it. The most pro-EU country in the continent. Because we came from hell. But not from the French hell, which is a paradise they call hell. We came from the real one, totally isolated. For us, Yugoslavia, where these guys were living, was a kind of, you know, planet of freedom.
European Union.
Was European Union, better than European Union, I guess, in some ways. So, except for our Kosovo brothers and sisters. But as a matter of fact, we became naturally so devoted to the European Union that nobody and nothing can change us. And not only because we have been always devoted to empires, which is true. Which is true. We were the last to leave the Ottoman Empire. Even when the Turks decided to leave, we were staying. We were very loyal to Stalin. Even when the Soviets said it's not a good idea to keep him in the squares, we had him until 1990 in our boulevard. So we'll be here, protecting the EU from the EU until the end. If they want to leave, we'll say, you have not to go. Even if we are at the door. Because it's true what Abbas is saying. That, I call him Abbas, you know, that they are not opening the door for us to enter. But being at the door will not let them get out. And to be very serious, the summit yesterday was an amazing historic event. I think it's the most important event in the history of the international relations of Albania. We have in our old code, the Kanun, our common law, there is a very important part of it which says the house of the Albanian belongs to God and the guests. And it means that every guest is the will of God, so you have to welcome. Yesterday, we had both gods and guests, because the gods of EU came to Albania. And this was amazing, but more than everything for the region, to me, this was the very clear, finally, the clear signal that it's understood now that EU needs the Western Balkans as much as Western Balkans needs the EU. It's since some time, but now they understood. And to conclude with my 5 minutes, and I don't know what is wrong with you, really. You invite people from the Balkans, you say 5 minutes, 3 minutes, what is this? If you invite people from the Balkans, you have to give, you know, filibuster.
Yes, indeed.
Filibuster.
But let's move on.
Everybody can go. We need to continue to speak, you know. Because freedom of speech was so much prevented, you know, we come from hell. That hell, you know, you couldn't. You had to sing the same song in the same time, in the same place. Everyone together, not solo. But to conclude, I would say this. What Stevo is saying, and what Abbas said also, is about the vulnerability. Because in their countries, the Russian influence is present. And the Russian danger is real. In Albania, nobody cares about Russia, because we had Stalin until 1990, you know. They got rid before, and now they have it from the back door. So this is where it's very important to keep the region together, and to keep EU and the region together. Because if you have these layers of Russian influence that are very active, combined with an approach from the EU that is not very active, then things can really mess up. Okay? And this goes from North Macedonia to Montenegro, and then to the Serbian space, where it's even worse.
Yes.
In terms of the threat and in terms of the vulnerability. That's why we need to keep all together, and that's why I always say, you know, it's very crucial that also Serbia is on board so far. Not completely. When it comes to sanctions, it's not the case, but when it comes to the line in the United Nations, in the condemnation of aggression and all this, it's genuinely in this side. So this is where it's, when it comes to us, no problem. They can get us in, they can keep us at the door, we'll never give up. We'll never give up. And it was very important that we started the negotiation. This was what I was saying all the time. Let us talk. Don't say all the time we want to marry, but we don't want to talk. Because this is crazy. Yes, we want to marry, but we don't talk to you. No. Let us talk, and then we can marry whenever there is time. I married late, by the way. So I know that it can go very well in a kind of peaceful coexistence, preparing the marriage. And this is what we need to do now. Yeah. To create mechanisms of rapprochement that are not conditioned by the individual merit-based homework.
Yeah. Okay.
This is what they call it: individual merit-based homework.
Indeed. Look, and there is plenty of opportunity for you to talk, because we want to listen to all of you. You talked about sun and smiles, gods and guests, right? So you set the framework and tone of the conversation, and you brought it to life for everyone in this room. But what you haven't said is, what has changed? Has anything changed? Did you get a sense of optimism that, you know, you hosted it there? That gives a lot of confidence in the region, but also in Albania. But did the literacy of enlargement change? Did the kind of tone of discussion change at all?
Listen, yesterday I was the host, and I was very sweet to them, and I didn't say anything disturbing. And I told them, you know, if Albania would have gone to the great powers, we would have complained. But the great powers came to Albania. We have to just be nice host. But here I can say, as usual, what I think, and truly I think that something fundamental is changing.
Okay.
And I can explain during discussion what is this something fundamental. But what I suggest to my friends is don't see the change just in the form of membership, because this will not come. This will not come, by the way, soon. So, but we should see the change in a different way. And for the membership, we have to work very hard because it's for us. It's not for them.
Exactly.
It's for us. We need to do the homework. We cannot ask for the diploma without making the university and say, oh, we are suffering, we have only high school, but bring us in because we want to work as engineers. And then you go in and with Mark Rutte, what you are engineer? You are completely incapable. So you need to become capable and then to enter and be fully capable to stay there with them, not just because you can mess things, but because you are a model country or countries run by rule of law, run by all this, I'm not repeating all this, Bible and Quran in the same time, prediction of Brussels, but you have to do it.
Thank you. So, you've been listening, you've been giggling, you've found the conversation enticing and engaging and hopefully thought-provoking. What's on your mind? Given what you've heard, you are here for a purpose, not simply just to be enticed by three, big heads of state. What's on your mind? What would you like to ask these gentlemen who run significant parts of the Balkans? Don't be shy. Surely not. Camera's great, good. Take the photos and the Instagram stuff, but someone must be inspired to ask a question. How often do you get this opportunity? My goodness. Hands up. Anybody? Ah, lovely. Count on the young people. Wonderful. Thank you. Young woman at the back, can I just ask you to please introduce yourself and say who your question's to?
Hello everyone, I'm Jelena Tadic, UNICEF delegate from Montenegro. I have to make a question for our Prime Minister Dritan Abazovic. My question is how to change social and gender norms in Montenegro and the region, and what are the expectations?
Okay, great. Before you answer, I'll bring another. Yes, go on, pass the mic on. Yes, we have a significant youth delegation here, by the way. They have their own session beforehand, so thank you all for still being here, because it's part of the way we want to work to make sure that your voices are heard.
Greetings, my name is Mate Milosievski. I'm a UNICEF youth delegate from North Macedonia, and my question is addressed towards Mr. President Stevo Pendarovski and the highly respected Prime Ministers as well. A lot of things were mentioned in terms of what is needed in the follow-up to the EU integration, but one thing that wasn't mentioned is the role that us youth play in the whole picture, and I think that's a really important point which needs to be addressed and should be addressed in the future, so I'd like to have their opinion on this topic.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Excellent. Please, gentlemen here, the mic is on its way to you. We should have a question for Eddie because he'll feel slighted, the fact that, there's no one asking him a question. I'm not teeing you up in any way, by the way.
I was looking at him, but yeah. Nicholas White from APCO Worldwide, but asking in a personal capacity. It's very good to see the three of you here from your three countries. And I know it's always difficult to talk about somebody else's country, but I do wonder what you would like to say about the impact of, first, the Serbia-Kosovo relationship, and secondly, the situation in Bosnia on the overall regional picture and perhaps on your country in particular. And I think Mr. Ram is particularly concerned with Kosovo.
Thank you very much. Steve, if I may, I'm going to start with you to give you the opportunity to respond to what you've just said from the youth delegate. And then, Dritan, I'll come to you, and then, Eddie, I'll come to you finally for that fairly explosive question, if you like. I've got to stop using these analogies. Sorry, go on.
So that's because the question will ask for a short answer. It is not. The role of youth, that's a phrase we're using very frequently, not only throughout the region, but throughout the world. The role of youth is crucial because you are, in essence, representing the most dynamic force in each society. And each changes, for good or for bad, are starting from the people of your or similar generations, or similar age. So we can speak at length about that very shortly. My thesis has always been, I was speaking about the status and the role and the influence eventually the young people should have in the development of each society, is that it's not possible to adopt the laws which will improve the lives of only the young generations. As it's not possible to adopt the laws or to make policies which will improve the lives of only elderly people or pensioners. So either together all generations are going to go forward, or we will be backward or being frozen in a state of affair which is not quite good. Everybody can describe the situation in the Balkans, in the Western Balkans, as not quite satisfying for all the people still living in the region. And the second thesis, one of my old definitions about the role of the youth, was that the biggest danger for the national security of each state and society is coming from the eventual big waves of young people leaving the country. So if demography is going down, that's certainly a big danger for each society, for development in a positive way of each society. I'm trying in my 3-4 years being in a mandate to include as many people as I can in my office. And if that's something of meaningful for any of us, then the average age of the people being employed in my office, I'm speaking about the first and second round for my advisors, is below 40, then, and I wouldn't like to speak with the people more older than that age. And I have established 3.5 years ago, the so-called Presidential Center for the Political Education, trying in several rounds each year to educate the people about the political culture, about tolerance, about all these democratic values which are still lacking in our society. So, as I said, I'm always supportive of the young people initiatives, but I can tell you that there is no any possibility for the young people like yourself to be more present in the decision-making process if you're sitting at home and playing video games.
So Steve, if I may, can I just challenge a little bit of that? Because the young people that I've heard, and we've had this regularly, say they hear that statement. So with all due respect, young people are important, we include their voices, but there's very little detail about the how. So how are you, or how do you plan to involve young people that you've got at the back in the actual decision making, or even the thinking of policy directly?
Okay, let's be more precise, more concrete. I have been always supportive of the proposals to have the quotas for the young people in political bodies and institutions. As we have quotas for the national minorities, we have the quotas for the women. Why not to start thinking about, at least about that so-called positive discrimination, than having young people until the age of 25 or 27 in the parliament, in the local parliaments, in the governments? Why not?
Okay, excellent. Just over to you.
Thank you very much. I will try briefly to cover all three questions just shortly. About this gender issue, it's how we need to change a little bit our behavior and our mindset in our country. I know that sometimes that needs a long time, but it is some progress. And want to mention that we have now one municipality, Montenegro, one municipality, Budva, which make the new local government, and most of them, all of them are women for the first time. I think that this kind of things just sending the message that process is going in the right direction. But we need to work more and to show in our example that we want to change. This question about gender issue, it's connected with this of the youth. President will just leave me just to say one thing. I met a lot of young people, and I see a lot of young people which coming also in the politics in Montenegro. Also, they are elected in the parliament, state parliament, local parliaments. The key thing for Western Balkan is not to have young people with old ideas, but to have young people with new ideas. Because if we will have more young people with old ideas, our circumstances and our environment, political, social, will not change. Come, bring new ideas, fight for them. Forget what's happened, or not forget, but doing in another way. This is, I think, that we need the young people with new ideas. And about the question, it's not, this is most problematic question. This is the relation, how we feel in Montenegro, relation between Serbia and Kosovo, and relation Bosnia and Herzegovina. About the situation between Serbia and Kosovo, dialogue don't have any excuse. There is no alternative for dialogue. There is no alternative for dialogue. I know it's hard, I know it's easy to say, but there is no alternative. We didn't know each other before. I am the youngest one here. I didn't know these persons before. But when you talk 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, sharing the energy, sharing the ideas, making a communication, you starting to change the relation also in political way. Understand better each other. Speak about the things also when we don't have the same opinion about everything. And for me, dialogue between Serbia and Kosovo don't have any kind of alternative. And all these questions, which are now again started, which have some problems in the north of the country, also in Western Balkans, they are 2 things will change all situation from my point of view. First is fighting against corruption. Fighting against corruption will be fight against nationalism. Less corruption, less nationalism. And second, mobility of the people. We need to create the models, infrastructure, to have more mobility between different countries. This is the key thing. People in ordinary life will understand that they can have reconciliation. With no mobility, when we talk about we need the visas to go there or to go there, or we need the passports to go, now with the Berlin process have everywhere. Montenegro had this before also to travel with personal card. No personal card. Nothing. People need to travel like in EU. Just to have the table, welcome to Albania, welcome to Montenegro, welcome to North Macedonia. That is the way to reconcile people. If you want to make the problem everywhere, you put the barrier and say these are our enemies. No, there is no enemies. Okay. Everybody have own interest, it's true. We are pretty different, but that is also good in some way. But in the end of the day, I am more than sure, I really believe that the huge percentage of all population in Western Balkan want to see the progress and don't want to see conflict anymore.
Thank you. Eddie.
So few things from my side. First of all, the summit yesterday was not just about the sun and the smiles and the dance and Verdi mixed with our folk, or about the usual, discussions, but it was about substance in terms of change. And going back to the young people, although I have some trouble, I have personal troubles when I have to be in a position to say what we should do for young people. Because when I was young, I never thought what should my father or the generation in power do for me. I thought what I can do to take it over. So they should take it over. And
do you hear that?
What is this
just
quota?
Young people.
What is this quota for young people? Quota for young people. They are not disabled. In the sense that, okay, to disabled we offer different kind of stairs because they have a quota to enter in parliament young people. What is this? Well, they are like birds of incubation. Put in incubatory, and no, the birds should come from the forest, from the mountain, from the sea, and attack. If you don't attack, stay, and what you are asking.
But what if the birds don't have the confidence or the background?
Now,
to be able
talking
to
about
engage?
young people.
Yes.
Because I'm saying it in the political sense. Yeah. And I was yesterday with Giorgia Meloni, and she started when she was young. She was grown up in the reddest district of Rome, and she was on the other side, and she fought like a little tiny dog in every student assembly, party, district, party, local, She's Prime Minister of Italy today. So young people should start by understanding that politics is not the problem. Politics is there to solve problems. Of course, politics can be the problem when it's left in the other's hands. Take politics in your hand and join others and try to change things. But this being said, our politics has changed something fundamental yesterday for young people, because the European Union has decided to include our universities in the region to the Alliance of Universities of the European Union. This is huge, because to do that, usually you had to be member. And we are not. We are far from being members, but we are now part of this alliance, which means that the young people in our countries are in the position to study without leaving the country through the technology in every university, and our universities are in the position to make alliances that bring a lot more projects, a lot more support, and so on. This is about the young people. The other thing is, what should be done? Not simply to continue this, get us in, no, we don't get you in, get us in, no, chapter this and chapter. I have, since we've started the accession talks, I have promised myself I'll never talk about chapters and clusters and series and episodes and Netflix, never. The thing is simple. The chapters and the clusters have to go in their way. Every country has to fulfill in every detail the homework. Because this is how you grow, this is how you make the real thing. Not by saying we are nice guys or we are troublesome guys, so bring us in, because then Russia will come and then we'll go to Turkey, we'll marry with Turkey, and then we'll get China as a mediator and we'll make a different... no, this is not how we should go. We need to do the homework, and we are blessed to be in the middle of Europe. What makes the difference between our generation in the middle of Europe and our generation in Iraq or in countries similar that try to go in democratic path is that they don't have the European Union to tell them and to learn them and to transfer the know-how about how you build the justice system, how you build the public administration, how you build the real food security, how you do this and how you do that. Is totally neurotic, but you have to go through it. You can get crazy, but you have to go through it. But in the same time, it's very important that we are not left without chances to get more involved in the spaces where we can get more support. We got the support from the European Union, budget support for the energy, every one of us. 85 million euros for Albania is great, but it's not so great when you see that these 85 million euros are taken from our IPA funds. So IPA funds are for our projects. Of course, we would love to use them for energy. This is great. But when I see, yesterday I had a conversation with Prime Minister Mitsotakis, 85 billion plus the income, inside income from the Greece activity coming from the European Union is huge. 85 billion. Of course, when you have 85 billion plus, independently from what you create within your system, you breathe, You breathe, you can have your policies of support, packages, fighting this and fighting that. But when you have only your inside system, how you do? And the other point is, European Union should think about the convergence, the financial convergence. It's not gonna go in the way that one can think, that one day we will have the same. Never. Never ever. It's gonna go wrong. It's gonna go not like this. It's gonna go like this. They'll go richer and will not be able to follow. They have to think about it. So they have to put more resources to give us more capacity. We are not talking about 85 billion, but we are talking about, of course, some support that is really important. If we make just a little calculation, how much European Union pays plus from a citizen of EU member, and how much we can pay from our budget from a citizen of EU member through the IPA fund is ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. Angela Merkel said one time, when we were in this Berlin process starts, she said, democracies, highways do not bring democracy. But democracies without highways are not really, meaning good life standard, of course, do not bring democracy. There are countries with good life standard there, but democracy without good life standards. So fighting corruption, I agree, fighting corruption, but if the pie is too small to fulfill the people basic need to feel dignified as a citizen of this continent, which is the richest in the world, then of course it goes also through corruption, the fight to get more. So we need to combine this and to be able, so I think this track is somehow open. The green lanes with Greece, Italy, and Croatia that were decided yesterday to be open. The roaming agreement that was decided yesterday, so for the citizens of our region, we talk a lot in the phone, by the way. We spend a lot. Albania is, I think, the #1 per capita in SMS in Vodafone Empire. We SMS also about good morning, how are you? Have you heard anything today? How is life? Or just an emoji in the morning. So it's great. Normally these things would have happened being members. So we need to push in this direction. We should not push to get this membership forcefully. It will never come. The membership will come when we'll be ready and when they will be ready. And we know how it goes, you know. But we are talking now, the marriage at least is sure that will happen. And I repeat, more mature when you are when you marry, better the marriage works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before you go, I'm going to invite Paul. Paul, can I invite you to come here? I just need an extra mic, please. Thank you. So Paul, whilst we have the gentleman here, for your benefit, so I can just grab a copy of this so I could do a bit of, you know...
This is me, all right?
That's you. So we have our, you know, our cartoonist here who's, you know, doing...
It's what I do when I come in Brussels, box.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're launching this, which is our, you know, thank you for that. Our Balkans security study. This gentleman, as I mentioned already, I'm not going to reintroduce him, has been speaking both in the open and in the back in terms of private conversations, confidential conversations, to actually understand the quality, welfare, well-being of security matters, peace and security matters in the Balkans vis-à-vis Europe and Europe vis-à-vis the Balkans. So, Paul, thank you. I know that this is a bit, you weren't expecting me to do this straight away, but whilst we've got the grand opportunity of having the three gentlemen here, please communicate to them what you think are the top 5 messages that they should hear around peace, security, defense in the Balkans. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And gentlemen, you know your region much better than I do, so. Absolutely.
He has 5 minutes, don't worry. He's only got 5 minutes.
As you'll see from my title, I'm urging people to seize the geopolitical moment. And I think that yesterday was a very a strong start at that, but it was only a start. And the question is still, I think, there. I listened to the Young People's Forum this morning, and several of the young people who spoke said they felt that the war in Ukraine had pushed their region down the agenda, had lowered their place in the queue to join the EU. So I think my first point would be to say, I think it's the opposite. I think it's finally focused minds in the EU on the geopolitical importance of the Western Balkans, that this is a contested region. It's a region where there are other forces which don't want the same thing as us, where Russia in particular is trying to, as the French say, to blow on the embers and to try and maintain conflicts where they exist, to work its way into those unresolved problems and to try and create embarrassment for the West, that's to say, both for the EU and for NATO. And therefore, I think there are potential security risks for the EU that emanate from neglecting the Balkans. And I think that, frankly, over the last 20 years, there's been a lot of neglect. There have been various reasons for it. Of course, there have been other crises that the EU has had to deal with, internal crises, but we can still see that there are potential security threats there, and that they might at the least create political violence, as we saw briefly on the streets of Mitrovica, for example, this summer, and that violence could potentially escalate into something bigger and suck in outside forces. And I think particularly of the threats of succession by the Bosnia Republika Srpska. If that were to materialize, if they were to make good on those threats, I think that would create a crisis where violence would be quite likely, despite the presence of a small EU peacekeeping force. My next message, I think, therefore, is that the EU really needs to think much harder still about how it does the enlargement process. And we didn't see enough of that, in my view. There were 1 or 2 hints about it in the declaration yesterday. Incidentally, I'd be interested to know whether that it wasn't a joint declaration, but it said that you had aligned with things in it. So it wasn't quite clear what your role in that declaration was. But the fact is that as you say, the pre-accession instrument does not provide a lot of money. It tends to get diverted from one priority to a more urgent priority without increasing the envelope. And then when countries eventually join, they are showered with this sort of gusher of up to 4% of their GDP, which many of them have difficulty in absorbing. So moving more of the benefits of membership up front seems to me essential, but in order to do that, you have to have states that you can trust to administer and to absorb those funds, and that raises the issue of corruption and puts it front and center, in my view, and the issue of state capture in some countries. What the EU, in my view, could do more of is to reward those that are making the most progress in the negotiations. More political involvement, we heard that from you gentlemen, more involvement in ministerial meetings, in deliberations on a whole range of subjects that matter to your region, whether it be connectivity, public health, energy, climate change, and I'm sure I've omitted some. It is a struggle in some ways between the West, European values, and Russia and China. But it's also, I think, and I have to say this, within the Western Balkans, there's a second struggle going on, which is between what I would call the Brussels model of liberal democracy and a sort of, dare I say, Orban-Vucic model of rather more illiberal democracy, of rather more authoritarian democracy. And I think that's something that we're going to need to face up to. What kind of democratic systems that you build in your region, and how you know, there's a risk that we get a whole new zone of a different kind of democracy, let's say, under the influence of Hungary. It's not dissimilar from some of the developments in Turkey, and therefore the three leaders who are here today, I think, are from countries which are doing the best at resisting that kind of temptation, but it's clearly a possibility. So those would be my key points. I think I want to make one point, at least
very briefly.
Right, to the West Europeans. I'm very worried when I hear the Germans and the French saying that there cannot be any more enlargement until the EU fundamentally changes the way it takes decisions on issues such as sanctions and taxation policy, because I think that the message that comes across in the Western Balkans is, right, we're back at the end of the queue. We'll be in the queue forever. There's another Albanian joke which Eddie didn't mention, but which one of my Albanian interviewees said, which is, when the question is, when will Albania join the EU? And the answer is, when the EU no longer exists.
Okay, that was great. Thank you for that. It didn't have the same currency as Eddie's jokes, but that's not an issue. I'm going to bring you.
I have to correct the joke source, because this source is not Albania. This joke is not. In Albania, the joke was different. Was during the time of fights and frustration that they were not wanting to talk. The joke was between Euro optimist and Euro pessimist. The Euro optimist said that Albania will join the EU together with Turkey. The Euro pessimist said Albania will join the EU and Turkey will have the EU presidency. So this was the difference. This, when EU will not exist, is it looks like a kind of Serb depression.
Okay, Paul, thank you very much. I watched the three gentlemen as you were talking about the forms of democracy, and the emotional intelligence tells me that didn't go down very well. But let's let them respond. So, can I ask, Dusan, you were also looking when that last point that Paul made about the model of democracy that's being developed, and you're thinking, well, what's your reaction to that point, but also more generally the recommendations that Paul's just made?
So, thank you, Mr. Paul, for the comments. And I think that you put on the table one question, how EU can be more effective, and what people in Germany or in the Netherlands or somewhere else thinking about enlargement. What I see like open resource for the few months ago is true. Not. I see that the people from this, for all member states, most of the people support enlargement. And our request is to the governments of that member states just to listen over people. Also in some states, which is the pessimism traditionally very high, Now, after the situation in Ukraine, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. And I think that this is the moment to use the opportunity. This is not the moment to use the opportunity to say when we formally will be in. Nobody knows. It's a lot of things. But we formally need to feel the door is open.
Exactly.
This is something what we need to have formally to say door is open. Okay, we cannot say it will be for 2 years or 3 years or 5 years, I don't know. Maybe some countries will go faster, maybe some slower, but to feel that this is what I want to mention. About this, what you say, probably problems in some regions, violence, it's true, it's that kind of region, you know, a lot of history, and always talking about negative topics. Always talking, put on the table negative things. People don't like to see good things. People don't, for them it's not news that we travel with personal cars or we don't have roaming. Everybody will say, okay, that's okay. But everybody want to see that fight between Serbia and Kosovo will start. Or problems in Bosnia and Herzegovina, or problems in, I don't know, in Montenegro. We need to change a little bit narrative. We need to give some positivism. And this metaphor about the sun, it's good thing. It's not about sun and fun. We need to have, it's also, but we need to have more sun in our minds. In our words, to have more sun.
Indeed.
Because in our words and in our minds, we have only rain and snow. This is I think that we need more sun in our minds and in our words and also in our words.
With your Montenegro. But can I react to what Paul said? Just two things. First, thank you for saying that we know better than you our region. You are the first European. In this city to say this. So this is amazing. Thank you for that. But as we know better than you, then you have to listen to us now. But I'm not gonna take Kanan's time. His name is very complicated. His second name is Kanani. I call him Kanan. Kanan is an Albanian name. I don't want to take his time. More, and I want to say this. It's not true that France and Germany is in the same position. On the contrary, Germany has advanced dramatically its position, and you have to put a bit more attention to the new chancellor, because maybe you are following the old one still. Merkel. He's the new one in Berlin, who is constantly repeating that speeding up the integration, the full integration of the Western Balkans is strategic goal for Germany. France is a bit more complicated, but it's great that finally the process of creating this new political community has started. It should have started, you know, it should have started in, if I'm not wrong, in the 18th century. In 18th century, when Abbé de Saint-Pierre launched his platform, all the leaders were fascinated, but then didn't happen because there were some little things, they said, that they couldn't agree. Then Mitterrand came back with the idea in 1991, in Prague. And this was sabotaged completely. But it's very important exactly for what we are talking, and for what you said very rightly. And please, if this is in the report, we should do everything to push this report as much as possible, because this is the fundamental thing. The anticipation of moves that we should not wait the membership to happen in various directions. So our alignment, our full alignment with European Union should not be taken for granted, although we'll fully align again, but should be also supported. So the new political community, the summit in Tirana, in the Balkans, and the wording are very important signs. So we need to be, I have not the reputation of being optimistic about the European Union, but I think we have to be optimistic because there are things that are really positive. Of course, the risk that they turn on the other side and they start slipping is big. I very much hope that the European Union, which is back because of a war, will not wait for another war to start talking again about another chapter. I think it will now continue to deepen this process and give to our countries more oxygen to be able to run faster, because we cannot run faster without having some support. I brought here the Greece experience with the budget, but imagine the amount for all the countries. And when it comes to us, it's very, very poor. So this is what I would say. But frankly, I'm for the first time since a long time, I'm again optimistic about the possibility of important changes when it comes to us, but also to Europe. And my very last word is, I strongly believe that the European Union should start thinking and working today for what will be the next day after this conflict. Should start working. It's not just about reconstructing Ukraine, because there is not only one Ukraine in our continent. There are several Ukraines waiting to blow, and it's about a larger region to be carried. And Ukraine is the visible wound, but the whole organism is suffering. So a plan of renaissance of Europe with very, very visible and tangible for the people agenda of change, a vision, to make people dream again, to make people hope again. Not only because it's not just in Montenegro that people have the clouds and the rain in their minds. Also in Paris, you have more people that ask where is my house than people that know where their house is. So they have lost completely, their GPS is gone. So we have to give some hope and some new dream to our people. I'm speaking here as European, not as Balkan, because our people in Balkan already have the hopes and the dreams in centuries, and they'll never lose them.
Thank you. I hope the journalists in the room have captured, because if those of you who follow Eddie will know, it's very rare that you get that tone of optimism and the fact that actually things are going to change. This is historic, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad you said it here, because it is first time you're saying, actually, this feels better, this feels more hopeful, and this could actually change, which is very, very important to consider. I'm running out of time desperately. No, of course I'm going to bring Steve Road. I would not necessarily ignore the president.
In a pessimistic note. Why
I will be very brief.
Steve, I don't think you are going to be pessimistic. Over to you.
Because I'm going to speak about rain, clouds, smiles, and suns.
Yeah.
It's obvious that, very shortly, it's obvious that, thank you for your report. You know at least about Balkan as we know, so do not believe Eddie did. It's obvious that the changes are needed, badly needed on both sides, I mean in Brussels and in the region, but I'm afraid to say, my prediction is that unless the European Union will change the basic decision-making models within the Union, not only for accepting the new members or waging the negotiations, we will not see too much of a progress and the betterment of the relationship between Brussels and the Western Balkan region. I'm afraid to say that. I would like to be incorrect in this prediction. Of course, we are building a liberal democracy in North Macedonia. It has been recognized and confirmed by many international observers, not by my side only. But in short, less Europe in the region, more Russia, with the exception of Albania, of course. And that is, no, for sure. And I would like to, the second part of this sentence will be, if we are seeing less of Europe, less of it, then we are going to see more and more of this type of authoritarian models of ruling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know that I've brought you in. This has been, I told you it's going to be something we have to swim with and live with, because it's rare that you get these three. And I know that they need to move. But I also, I'll bring you in. This has been a very male dialogue. We have a person here who's already been waiting very patiently. Alexandra, can I just ask you to come up here and just respond to what you've heard? You're from the region, you've been there for some time, and you've worked here also. I just want to give you a voice and react openly, frankly, to what you've heard. And I do apologize, it has been a very male dialogue here, but we did have Alexandra already on the panel. That sounds defensive, but it's not meant to be. Over to you.
Yeah, I'm the quota. I'm the civil society quota and the female quota, obviously. And looking at you, we also have to change power in the Balkans so that when politicians are invited, it's not always a manel. Well, yeah, I was following carefully, and I somehow have the feeling that we have to reduce abstraction, because in 2018, finally, also the European Commission stated that we have state capture across the region, and then that is since then floating abstractly. It's a regional level, far away. Nobody is breaking it down on the countries themselves, and nobody's taking action. And then we heard now today of homeworks that the countries have to do and deliver, but also that is somehow abstract. I mean, people in power have to deliver on these homeworks, so it's you. And the Western Balkans are far from ready. And that's really a pity. I mean, if you remember when Iceland applied, everybody was welcoming, and it was about a speeded up accession, because Iceland basically is ready. There is a small part of the acquis, the political criteria fine, the economic criteria fine. The countries of the Western Balkans are far from being at that level, and that's only up to them. Of course, there is a lot on the EU side, and I would agree here that until we finally have answers on the institutional absorption capacity, because every other absorption capacity is just an empty speaking. We are too small, we are economically not relevant, and so on. So it's about institutional absorption capacity. How will a commission of potentially 33 or even more commissioners look like? Where will we have qualified majority voting? Will the Council be in the position to decide at all? How big will the European Parliament become, and so on? So these are the questions on the EU side, but I fear that the list that's on your side is much longer.
Okay, thank you very much. Before you answer, and I know I will let you...
Sorry, to Alexandra. First of all, because she made a think tank irony about quota. First of all, I have to inform you all, and Alexandra, of course, need to be informed in this, that Albania has the largest number of women in government in the UN chart. In the UN chart, so we are top 1. We were in the top 10 in my second mandate. In the third now, we are in top 1. And it's not about quota anymore, it's about choice. So just so you know.
I didn't say quota.
No, you mentioned quota. Of course, I'm a very careful listener. On the contrary, what people think that I'm a deaf dictator. So, secondly, the thing about homework is fundamental. Of course, people in power should deliver. In fact, no. It's not about people in power should deliver in the case of the European integration, it's about institutions should deliver. It's not about just the executive branch of the power, it's about parliament, it's about especially the judiciary. So, and this is, and the whole process is homework. So of course we speak about homework. There's no doubt about it. And thirdly, I must say, yes, it's true that we lost a lot of time. But let me remember you, North Macedonia didn't lose a lot of time because didn't do the homework to make the other step. Because the homework in this house is not decided by the people of power. It's decided by the people of papers. European Commission people that are the most diligent, in my view, the most diligent, the most objective, the most ruthless people when it comes to make every screening of every process, and they said that then Macedonia was ready to start the accession talks in which year, my friend? When he was not yet married. So, and it's not the fault of the people in power in Macedonia, but it's a different story. Same goes for Albania, about who, thanks God, we don't have a neighbor asking us to change name, yes, or to change whatever, because it could have been, and it would have been terribly complicated, and it's nothing to do with people in power. So, with all due respect and with all appreciation for the great work of think tanks, I have to say that it's very important. It's very important that everyone in this effort does its job. It's very important.
I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to give you a chance to speak, but I want 60 seconds of this young person who has been eyeballing me.
Used that I speak on behalf of North Macedonia, and it doesn't even need to be the advocate.
I know, but just 60 seconds for this young woman to have her voice, because I promised that I would let you have your say. So, but I need you to be sentenced.
Okay. Well, I want to say you a message from young people who are here and young people from all over the world. We want to be included in things who are considered to us. We are here, not in our countries, and we wait to you invite us for new change.
Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you very much. Now, I want to, Steve, obviously I'm going to give you a chance. Are you?
It's enough.
Just enough.
Everything was said through my phone first.
Great, that's solidarity.
This the European way to join?
Yeah.
He just finished in optimistic way.
They need to finish in a pessimistic way. I don't know.
No, don't do that.
No, they, not me. Not me.
No. We're happy with sunshine. We really are. We're
If
very
you're happy with sunshine, don't ask him to speak again. Let go.
Colleagues, obviously, this is a rare moment. I hope you agree. It's great to, I mean, would you imagine that you'd have Macron, Rutte, and Scholz here doing this?
First of all, because they don't come in your invitation, first of all.
Really? Did you have to say that? I was trying to kind of talk about the political culture that, you know, at least you demonstrate a different, humble, different political culture that actually is based on, I'd like to think, this is my words, the power of public service. And when you really understand public service, you engage in the way that you do. I'd like to think that's what it's about. So thank you all very much. I knew it was my toughest gig having these three, especially him. Especially him. But I hope you agree. It's like watching an episode of Good Politics on Netflix with these two gentlemen. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure and a joy. Thank you. And quick break, and then we're back. Thank you all very much. You couldn't prioritize our dinner. Okay.
You're on.
Colleagues, so whilst you're all taking pictures and etc., I do need you to regroup, because this is not a break. We're continuing the conversation about security. So literally 2 minutes, grab a drink or whatever, but please take your seats again in 2 minutes. So in 2 minutes, colleagues, I'm going to ask you to come back in. Grab your seats again in less than 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Colleagues, can I ask you to take your seats again, please? Come on. Thank you very much. I hate to break up the conversation because it's a good one, but let's conclude our discussion on the defense study launch. Okay.
We have 30 minutes. Let's make this short. Okay.
Colleagues, so if the people at the back have music, can you put music on? Get people's attention. No. Okay. There is no music. I do apologize. Okay. So that was quite something. Yeah, that's all I can say, right? That was quite something. And it's difficult to kind of make sense of it immediately, but it was, to all intents and purposes, a riveting, uplifting, somewhat insightful discussion. And you know, the fact that they all stayed and stayed for more than an hour, nearly two, I suppose says a lot. And so we're really pleased with that. Before I go directly back into the discussion, Paul and Alexander, I want you to reflect on what you heard. So give a sense of reflection of what the reaction you got from the heads of state, if you like, and what does that say to you in terms of the kinds of things you're trying to promote in the study? Which is, take it as this. What's your reflection on what they said in response?
My first reflection is I think that there's a greater sense of belief now that the accession process is somewhat more real, and that we saw that in the degree of their engagement, and the fact that they were willing to hang around, to take questions, to listen to some criticism, and to acknowledge the degree to which they have to do things to improve the way their states and their governance functions in order to become eventually members of the European Union. I thought that was important, and I think they fairly accurately reflected the mood, let's say, among governments. I'm not saying how far that goes down into societies. I don't think they really took on board, or were perhaps willing politically to take on board, the sort of cry for help of the young people that we heard this morning and that came out in one or two of the questions. And, they had a little debate about youth quotas. I must say on that point, I rather agreed with Eddie Rama that the answer, is not, it doesn't lie in youth quotas, it lies in engaging with the issues. I mean, this is a huge political and economic problem for all of these societies. How do you keep the young people in your country? How do you stop them voting with their feet if they can? And leaving to seek a better future elsewhere. Now, it's not unique to the Western Balkans.
No, indeed.
On page 27 of this excellent report, which I can recommend to you, we've put together a little graphic of population trends in the region. And I said, I thought it was important to compare it with the trends in countries that have become member states, like Bulgaria and Romania and Poland. And in fact, what you see is some of the outflow of population from Bulgaria is comparable to the outflow of population from Bosnia-Herzegovina or from Albania. So it's a more general problem than just a problem of the Western Balkans, but nevertheless, it's a huge problem. And I didn't, unfortunately, hear perhaps enough acknowledgement of that, and particularly more sort of detailed thoughts about what is to be done, other than the opening of university partnerships and so on, which I think is obviously of value and obviously important. But people are going to study abroad, and the question is, will they go home? Will they take their skills back? And of course, there's a responsibility on our societies as well, because will we suck the brains out of their region? We all have needs for skilled workers in a whole areas, healthcare, engineering, IT, and so on. And therefore, the temptation to take bright young brains from the Balkans or from wherever you can get them, but particularly if they are Europeans, is high. So those are my thoughts. But I think it was positive that they engaged. And let me turn it over to Alexandra.
No, sure, I was going to hand over to Alexandra in a minute, but I thought that I meant it genuinely. It's the first time Eddie Rama was upbeat and positive about the dialogue, rather than what he can be is sharp in criticizing the lack of progress that's being made. So this was a much more upbeat Eddie Rama, alongside the other two, actually. I thought that there was a sense of, as you picked up the mood, I think that there's a tone deafness around young people that's taking place, and an inability to really understand the impact of, as you say, not considering with seriousness the impact young people have in the region, but also I find it fascinating that in Europe, if you were to ask young people, I'm not sure how many people are from here, from the continent here, that would consider going into the Balkans for an Erasmus, or actually how many of you would consider going on holiday to Tirana and other parts of the Balkans, there isn't that exchange being created, unfortunately, whereas actually once you step foot inside any part of the Balkans, you realize what that natural asset, the beauty, the opportunity for tourism and wealth creation, but also a different kind of dynamic between young people, both in the EU, but also the Balkans. And it just feels like such a self-evident issue and something that's being missed consistently. Alexandra, over to you. Did you get a sense of male fatigue?
Do I have to answer that?
Yeah, of course.
Well,
may as well call it out. It felt a bit like that.
Well, I said what I said, and I still think, I mean, it's not about compositions, it's about really the top power of the top level of power, and that's male.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can discuss quotas, or if there's some ministries, and I didn't say quota, I said numbers and representations, but that doesn't matter. So, yeah, and also the reaction showed the dominant narrative. A lot has been talked today about narratives. I don't think that we have a problem in narratives. We have a problem in substance. We have a problem of what is being delivered and what is not. And that goes for both sides. The EU has promised something 20 years ago, and next year we can celebrate 20 years of lost hopes and disillusions and lost opportunities. But the Western Balkans have also promised to exceed. Knowing what that means, we have the political, we have the economic criteria, and we have the acquis. And now I have the feeling that the Western Balkans are playing on time. Well, it's been 20 years, it's time that you take us. The accession process, as it was designed in Copenhagen for the Eastern European countries, was designed to be a transformation tool, because that societies needed transformation. The Western Balkan societies also need transformation, but adding to the political, economic, and taking over the EU acquis, the Western Balkans are also having a post-war consolidation, they have nation building, they have reconciliation, so a lot more on the menu. And I have the impression that everybody has been burdened on that process, and it was never the mandate of that process, of the accession process, to be the reply to everything what's on the table of the societies and some young nations of that region. So there is a fatigue, of course. Having reforms, it's not easy. But as I said initially, we still don't have Iceland down there. And even North Macedonia, which definitely is a special case, and it would be funny if it's not tragic, because if you remember that good neighborly relations have been introduced for the Western Balkans as a criteria, North Macedonia has been bullied by 2 EU member states. So there is a lot of good neighborly relations to be learned also for others. And the problem is twofold. First, of course, you have a country that is delivering, and especially after Gruevski left, and maybe it's also good to remind us that he is in Hungary right now, running away from justice in his home country, but that would lead us to somewhere else. North Macedonia has indeed waited for long, and they are really ready, I guess, for many clusters to be open. But in North Macedonia, we have 2 problems. One, what we witnessed today, that the other countries will now blame what happened in North Macedonia and take it for their use. But look, North Macedonia, what happened to them, it's not up to us. No, the other countries have their own pace and relationships with the EU. So North Macedonia being an excuse for them not delivering is something that shouldn't happen. But something much more has been lost in North Macedonia, and that's the credibility of the EU, with constantly postponing, as I said, first with Greece and NATO and everything, and now with Bulgaria and the EU. That's how you lose credibility and trust of the people. And I was asked recently by a journalist, She wanted to know about Serbia, and she said, well, but look, if you look at the recent opinion polls in Serbia, it seems that the president is doing everything right. People don't want to go to the EU. They are much more pro-Russian. And I think that these are really dangerous conclusions, because it's the other way around. The opinion polls are the result of unfree media, of propaganda, of everything what Serbian society is witnessing since 10 years, although being praised. And I really enjoyed reading your report, because it's so refreshingly honest with really naming the responsible political parties, party families, and high-level politicians. So read the report for what's happening there. So you build the opinion you want for the policy you want. That takes time, but you got that time and you got that support from the EU. And that's where we are now, and I think that this is a big problem. And just one final point to migration. Yes, there is, of course, migration from poorer EU countries, but at least there is a slight chance, or at least there is a slight hope for circular migration, because moving within the EU is so much more easier. Once you take the burden of leaving the Western Balkans with all the administration and waiting and queuing and having appointments in embassies and consular, you're hardly going back. So that's the point. And it's not even the economic moment that makes people leaving. No, people are longing for proper states, states that deserve that name, that are delivering in security, in access to health, in access to a proper education, to a judiciary system, and last but really not least, to clean air, which is a big problem. The Western Balkans are the most polluted area of our continent, and people are leaving for the basic health of their children. So there is a much more, and I just can't join in the optimism we've heard in the first panel. I'm sorry.
I want to thank you. I mean, I bring you in, Paul, but I wanted to, that point, and I wonder if, those young people who are in the audience might want to reflect on it. There's such an easy win here that if you created a dedicated short-term visa opportunity to be able to travel across the EU into the Balkans and backward, let's say an 18-month or even a 24-month visa credit, let's say, and that states would agree, that would change this sense of pressure, tension, and also perhaps deal with illegal traffickers as well, in terms of, they prey on young, especially men, who want to have a different kind of future, they feel they can't have in the Balkans. And you saw the debacle in the UK, and what's happening is that so many, the main prisons or the detention centres are full of Albanian young men, unfortunately, as well as others, but there's been this rush. But you'd have thought that actually introducing a short-term temporary visa mechanism that could enable young people to freely, openly travel within the Balkans, but also back and forth into the EU, would be a really easy trick, easy solution. What do you think of that? And now bring Paul back in.
Well, first, it's not about young people, and it's also not about brain drain. Whoever can is leaving. So the region is lacking bus drivers, craftsmen, doctors. So it's literally whoever can is leaving. Young, old, it doesn't really matter. Talking about visa and new ideas, well, I would like to remind us that Kosovo still needs visa even to travel to the EU, although they have fulfilled all the demanded criteria 4 years ago. And now they are again postponed because they have to implement something that's still not in place. So by January 24, they might finally get visa-free travel to the EU. So I think anything beyond is too abstract to be discussed, because we are still discussing visa for citizens of Kosovo to go to travel to the Schengen area. And we also still have not even a visa-free region, because Kosovo and Bosnia require visas for each other. So there is a long way to even get to dream about what you just described, I think.
Okay, let's see. I hope not. But but I completely take it from where you're sitting and what you're viewing, and the hurdles that are being placed in front of people. Paul, you wanted to come in before I bring in members?
Yeah, I just wanted to say there's one other point to add to what Alexandra said about Macedonia, and that is, of course, that we have planted a time bomb in Macedonia with the terms of the start of the accession talks this year, which is that North Macedonia is supposed to amend its constitution before it can go to the next stage and start opening clusters. And that requires a supermajority, which the government doesn't have, which means that it would require some kind of cross-party consensus, which is in very short supply in Skopje. And so the potential for it causing a political crisis in North Macedonia in the second half of next year is extremely high. An EU-made political crisis. Thank you, Bulgaria, and thank you, the rest of the member states, for letting Bulgaria do that. There were two recommendations which I didn't get round to mentioning from my report that have some influence on this. I think they're one of them is a long shot, which is I think that we could really substantially, radically reduce the number of veto points within the enlargement process, while still allowing member states the basic control that they decide who should become a candidate, when to start negotiations with that candidate, and when to finally conclude those negotiations. But there are so many interim steps where benchmarks are agreed on, where the Commission's mandate, negotiating mandate is agreed on, where the opening of each chapter or each cluster now has to be agreed by unanimity. And so there are an infinite number of veto points where a single member state with an axe to grind or because of some totally extraneous issue can take it hostage. And so, this is why one of the reasons why the negotiations have advanced so little in such a long time. And frankly, unless we do something about that, then it's going to be a very, very long and very frustrating process with lots more Bulgarians. I mean, imagine Croatia starting to set conditions for talks with Serbia and so on. And then Serbia with Kosovo or whatever. So that's one. The other one, and it was alluded to, is where we say we all have to take our responsibilities. There are well-padded wallets in this town, well-funded institutions, which are the European political families. And they all have associated parties in the Western Balkans. And frankly, it is a scandal. In particular, the company that the EPP has kept in the Western Balkans, and how little it has done to try and bring its Western Balkan affiliates along with the kind of basic democratic values and practices that they expect. Now, we all know how hard it was for them to expel Fidesz, and eventually Fidesz jumped before it was pushed, but only because there was a European election looming last time round. But look at the list of the affiliates of the EPP in the Western Balkans and weep. Mr. Vucic's party, Mr. Berisha's party, Mr. Gruevski's party, and on and on and on. This is, and this is being done with taxpayers' money. These are taxpayer-funded European political families. So that is one thing where it would certainly be possible to change practice.
Paul, if I may, I want to bring people in from the audience. You had a question, I didn't take you. And the gentleman there, any others? Because I want to make sure that we can wrap up. Colleagues at the back, can I have microphones ready? Thank you. Lady at the front here. And then gentleman over there on the right-hand side. And then we'll take the... Please do introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Zamira Podahirs. I'm 50% Albanian, 50% Luxembourgish. So I live in Luxembourg and I come from Luxembourg. This is the 14th time in a row that I attend the Friends of Europe and the Summit of Balkans. But it looks like even you is not progressing that much. It goes around and around Western Balkans and nothing thank you for bringing Kosovo on board, because the young people from now we are speaking about young people live in Balkans, but not about young people in Kosovo, which are stuck. The same for Bosnia. But since I have many friends in Kosovo, I know that they have never visited a European country, and this is against human rights, against the respect for these people to bring something back from Europe or from Kosovo and vice versa. The second, the mechanism to regulate the mobility of the young people, because the mobility of the young generation is good. They go, they bring back something, and they will invest in their country. But I will bring you the example of Luxembourg. We have 4 big companies. They hire young people. They don't have to come with the dinghies, with the speedboats, with the trains, with the trucks, but they come like human beings. You know, they fly, they take the cars, or however they want to come like normal people. So the regulations of the state, of the Luxembourgish government are so good, so fast, that if you are talented, if you are hired like a normal human and talented person, you come. That's how what you have to propose at the end of this summit today.
But is that from people coming from the Balkans?
Yeah, there are so many every day. From
the Balkans?
Yes, from the Balkans, from Serbia, from Macedonia, many Albanians, many. Sometimes I feel like shopping in Tirana, you know, because I see, oh, professor or something like that, that people salute me. But I must say that the messages, they come, and Europe needs talent.
No, indeed.
And that is something that I have to tell. I'm a member of Democratic Party in Luxembourg, and we discuss this because when the talents come to Europe, they face with other troubles that they have to take into the consideration, like the highest prices of houses in Luxembourg.
No, indeed. You know, that's what I'm saying. From our point of view, there's an economic, opportunity that the Balkans represent, but also I think that the reason why the democratic project came into place post-Second World War was to make sure things don't happen again. It's about making sure you extend democracy and you improve democracy, but actually you create a shield around very malign interests that are on the borders of the Balkans. But my point is that, as you say, and we heard also here, there's nothing more powerful than creating memories and exchanges for young people of what it is to be in Europe. And then you engage with Europe as a result. And Erasmus has done that across. Young people should not be denied that opportunity. But is there a question in what you're saying, other than the fact that we should actually conclude on that point, that we need to make sure?
The question the first time was about young people in Kosovo, but the lady mentioned.
Okay, fine.
Okay, that was too late. And today, unfortunately, they had no advocate, no representative from their governments, neither Bosnia nor Kosovo.
Indeed, we tried.
Yeah.
We tried. Gentleman here, thank you for your comment. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Miroslav Eskovic. My origin is from the Western Balkan. I've been former rector of the University of Novi Sad, European Capital of Culture this year. Since 2015, I've been working in the European Commission, DG Joint Research Center, with one of my main tasks to coordinate scientific support to macro-regional strategies. And my question will go into that direction. I see maybe an opportunity, instead of dealing with Western Balkan on its own, to take the opportunity of macro-regional grouping. And let's remind all of us that basically Western Balkan belongs to at least 2 different macro regions, the Danube macro regions, with a lot of member states plus non-member states, and in a very similar way in Adriatic-Ionian macro region, with member states and non-member states. And basically, Western Balkan is an overlap of those 2 macro regions. Isn't there an opportunity to really enforce a little bit cohesion policy through macro-regional approach and integrate even more Western Balkan through macro-regional approach, instead of leaving Western Balkan on its own and dealing it on its own, but really working together with surrounding member states.
The only thing is one of those micro-regions includes Turkey, and so you might want to think about how do you manage that, and the EU has been terrible in managing the Turkey dimension. There was one other hand up which I said I would take. Okay, gentlemen here, and this will be the last, I'm afraid. Do introduce yourself again.
Hello, my name is Eduardo Castellet. I'm studying at the American University in Washington, here on a semester abroad. I wanted to ask you about, do you think that the European Union should be worried about China's investments in the Western Balkans? And if so, how the European Union and its member states should go about tackling them, if that treatment should be more cooperative or more confrontational? Thank you.
Great, thank you for an excellent question, which I thought was missing even from the manual at the top, was that no one referred to the malign influences of not only Russia, China, but the Middle East is going on a shopping spree in the Balkans. That we're just not talking about it, but they literally are on a shopping spree, as they are in other parts of Sarajevo and elsewhere. Alexander, I'm going to ask you to respond first, and then conclude with Paul.
Well, thanks. I'll try to comment on all of them. Well, first to the macro regions. The Western Balkans are a purely Brussels-born administrative term, so that region geographically doesn't exist. And if we remind ourselves, Croatia was part of the Western Balkans, then it advanced and became EU member country. So definitely there is space, I think, and I think that we will that reality will bring us more into other options that are on the table, because fully fledged membership is really so far away, and we discussed today why, because the fault is on both sides. And when we're already discussing language and language matters, we always speak about we want to become part of Europe, we want to Europeanize, we are Europe, we are just part of the continent. So, I mean, we are constantly exceeding somewhere where we already belong to, and constantly take ourselves out and making ourselves even more alien. So Europe and EU, I mean, that's something that we hear often within the EU, but at least we should be aware and really distinguish on those. Talking about China and the EU, well, when the current Commission President took over, she said that this Commission will be a geopolitical one. Well, that promise still has to be fulfilled. The EU has left too much open space in the Balkans, and we discussed today why, and really read Paul's report. So others came in. So BIPAC wrote years ago that geopolitics is back in the Balkans. So China is back. The biggest factory of car wheels will be in North Serbia, and both German and French companies already have signed contracts with them because it's so great, it's short supply chain. What that will do on the environmental level, nobody's talking about, and nobody's interested because that's outside the EU. But it's only 40 kilometers to the Romanian border, so maybe it's not that outside. So I fear that to really dig deep into that question, we will need a panel on our own. So it is a big issue, and it's always somehow not spoken out. It's not touched upon. Everybody is afraid, and then the KO argument comes. Well, but the EU also has trade deals with China. So I really fear that we would need a separate panel on that question.
Thank you. Paul,
yeah, just
Paul,
to add,
when you do, I just want to ask you one additional question, as you just because this is going to be the last contribution, because I need to let these poor people have a break, and we've got other big sessions coming up. What's your assessment of the risk of violence and inter-border chaos erupting? Because I think that's a question that young people have in their minds a lot, and the fear. It's like even to Alexander, when we spoke, there was a sense that when the war was declared, and I spoke to young people, they all felt absolutely petrified. It was like, it's going to be on our back soon. And we've not thought about the mental health that's created in the region as a result of Ukraine. So what's your assessment, without kind of scaring the horses, what's your assessment of the risk?
So my assessment is that the risk of political violence is quite high, particularly in the Kosovo, Serbia situation at the moment. The risk of armed conflict of the kind we saw in the 1990s, I think, is still very low. But, you know, political violence can escalate. So there are so many flashpoints. We've again tried to map some of those in this report. But the obvious flashpoints, apart from Kosovo and Serbia, are the possibility of the Bosnian Serbs making good on their threat to secede. The domestic political situation in Montenegro, where you have a standoff between the president's party and Prime Minister Abasovic's a coalition, which itself is a very strained animal. And so you have very difficult toxic politics there, with at least some sign of Serbian and Russian hands trying to stir the pot. The potential for political violence around the time that North Macedonia has to amend its constitution is there. There were violent demonstrations against the agreement with Bulgaria itself. So there are a number of possible flashpoints, and then there's the unexpected. I mean, the relations between the Croats and the Bosniaks within the Bosnian Croats and the Bosnian Muslims within the federation is itself pretty tense. So there's still quite a lot of dry tinder around. And then, of course, there's always the risk, you know, somebody throws a hand grenade in a mosque in a tense situation like that. Somebody shoots off a few rounds in the street and a couple of people get killed. You know, now we have in Kosovo, we have a NATO force which is substantial, and I think it does present a credible deterrent and has plans to clamp a lid quite quickly on anything that were to get out of hand. I don't believe that Serbia will intervene militarily. It's true that they have, you know, done various things, mobilizations, exercises, the usual intimidatory maneuvers, but they know that this would be economically curtains for them. And they, you know, Serbia has lived through sanctions, and having been under NATO bombardment, it's one of the reasons why the EU and the West remain not very popular there. So that's the sort of overall violence question. I'm less confident that the small EU presence in Bosnia would be able to respond in a timely and effective manner if there were to be a declaration of independence by the Republika Srpska. And there I do think that the EU and NATO need to do more to make sure they've got contingencies, arrangements in place to get peacekeepers to where they would be needed if that were to happen. I'm not aware that that's the case at the moment. Couple of other responses. The young talent and talent visas and so on. In principle, it's a great idea. The problem is we don't want to suck all the talent out of the Western Balkans. That isn't the solution. We want the talent to stay in the Western Balkans, or to at least to move in a circular way. So what about, you know, trying to use, for example, the Horizon program that you mentioned, to implant some centers of disruptive technology, research and excellence in the Western Balkans, and have exchanges between a center there and centers in the European Union. That's the way I would be looking to go. And of course, you've got to do it in places where it's not all, where the money isn't simply going to disappear into a sump of corruption. And that's the challenge which Alexandra very rightly reminded us of.
And that's not actually in your report, so we should note that. Well, those of you who are tweeting, it is, that's a really good example of what, on a practical level, is connecting hubs and centers of excellence, let's say, of disruption technology, which means, and I didn't mean one-way traffic, I meant how do you create that circular motion of young people, so that young people in continental Europe feel that actually I want to go to Tirana because it's funky, it's great, I like it, but I can also learn, and then come vice versa.
Right. I mean, I can recommend Tirana, and my daughter would recommend Tirana not only for its food, but also for its internet access and for common workspace.
Okay. Great. Listen, thank you very much. Thank you both. You come at the end of a very kind of rip-roaring powerful session of discussion. Thank you for being so patient, and I've hideously gone over time and completely ruined the schedule, but hope you'll forgive me. You don't often get the opportunities that you did. But there's that thing about how do you keep a mindset, a sunshine mindset, when you know that climate change is on your heels, and there's always that sense of balance that we need to keep optimistic, but let's not be naive. And I think one of the things, if there's one clear message, and I hope that there's someone from the EU or some journalists will pipe what some of these leaders say, is listen long and hard to this travesty of 20 years, as you say, and as the report says, seize the geopolitical moment, and don't trash it away. There's nothing like the fact that actually we have the circumstances, the goodwill, and the feeling and the emotion of people across the board to create a different kind of bigger Europe, and to make sure that we are able to extend that project that came about in the most adverse circumstances. And let's not repeat the same mistake by not learning from 1939 and 45, but actually extend the project in a meaningful way. Colleagues, thank you very much for being with us. We have a short break. We still have a discussion on democracy in store for you, but also a discussion about alternative industries. So please do stay with us. Don't just go. Have a coffee and a drink and whatever, and then come back here in how long? 20 minutes. You have 20 minutes. Thank you to our panelists.
Right? Yes.
No, it's Albana. You start, huh? I
You
think.
start, or? Yeah.
I noticed, and then you, and then maybe a short, and then myself, and then the guy of.
What years
No,
were
no, no.
you in?
There's some.
I was deputy of Untai.
But what years? At what time?
I left in July.
This
so I
year?
did 5 years, and my mandate ended. So I just.
Okay.
So I am just in between for the moment.
Okay.
And I have maybe a contract. I will have a contract with UNDP Arab region for consultancy on issues related, and that's based in Brussels with Olivier Pierre-Louveau.
Okay.
I don't know. That's not something track. We'll see.
Well, after what I presume was a very positive series of panels earlier, we're joined here by people who actually have, or after a couple of panels with political platforming, we have a group of people here who will be actually offering some concrete solutions to some of the most burning developmental issues in the Western Balkans. I am extremely happy to be joined by an entirely female panel, for starters, which is always very nice. First up is Ivana Tolje, who is the Albanian Deputy Minister of Education, who had to fly in at 5 a.m., just like everyone else from Albania this morning. After her is Mrs. Isabel Durant, who's the former Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, and a trustee of Friends of Europe. Then we have Ivana Živković, who is the UN Assistant Secretary General and the Assistant Administrator and Director of the Regional Bureau for Europe and the CIS at the United Nations Development Program. And via Zoom, we have Armin Cherkes, who's the CEO and the founder of Youth Power. We will be talking about creative solutions, technological solutions, and other options for developing and expanding the Western Balkan economies and the options that are offered for people there, which in some ways is a continuation of a panel I hosted this morning, except instead of talking to the youth and the younger generations, we'll be talking to people who have attempted this in other countries and or been involved in initiatives in the Western Balkans. So thank you for being here. I would start actually with Ivana, if you're ready, who herself will be talking about creative solutions, creative developmental solutions for in cases of countries of Kosovo and Albania, I believe, and Serbia, right, or not? Kosovo was involved for sure.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Oh, Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yes, please, take the floor, Ivana.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to be here today. Do you hear me right? I hear the double, okay. I'm delighted to speak on the growth potential of creative industries in the Western Balkans, but also to take part in the Friends of Europe Western Balkans Summit for the first time. Creative industries are increasingly important drivers of growth. In Europe, for example, creative industries employ more workers in the age group of 15 to 29-year-old than any other sector. And likewise, more women are engaged in these sectors than in the traditional industries. However, we still do not have a comprehensive regional data set on this sector's economic and employment footprint. And a better understanding of the size and scope is the key to the delivery of the effective policies, programs, and support services. On the other hand, we do have data on general labor market in the Western Balkans, where both youth unemployment, but also youth not in education, employment, and training is double the EU average. Also, there is a gap in employment rate of women and men of about 20%, which is also around double of the European Union average. The Western Balkans Common Regional Markets Industrial Agenda recognizes creative industries as a crucial driver of growth and competitiveness in the region. Creative industries can help Western Balkans to address youth and gender employment gaps, as well as immigration and the brain drain issues. interest in the creative entrepreneurship, especially among young people who are key consumers, but also producers of the creative content, is increasing. And supporting youth entrepreneurship in the creative industry can therefore help address youth employment challenges. But this, of course, requires policies and programming that can effectively support both youth entrepreneurs and the enabling ecosystem. We know that often creative industries are connected to sustainable tourism, which presents additional development opportunities to the Western Balkans. And as the Western Balkans is so rich in the cultural heritage, be it film, music, performing, or culinary arts, capturing this potential can spur economic growth. Mechanisms to improve small companies' access to finance for the creative sector are particularly important. And here I would like to highlight the work with the European Investment Fund to develop loan guarantees for small and medium enterprises in the Western Balkans, of course. UNDP is also helping governments to link the creative economy to digitalization, green transition, and diaspora inclusion initiatives. In Kosovo, for example, we are working with the vocational education institutions to develop new internships and business incubators supporting the creative economy, including via digitalization and by leveraging Kosovo's vibrant diaspora. In Serbia, UNDP is supporting the government's Serbia Creates national platform and intergovernmental umbrella body in charge of global promotion of Serbia's export potential in the creative industries, innovation, and knowledge-based economy. This platform helps local artists and creatives gain international recognition in the area of expertise. And finally, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are supporting the design of the Sarajevo Canton's research and development strategy, which seeks to bring together innovation, the green economy, and the creative industries. Those are just a few of the examples that UNDP works on within the creative industry sector, but of course, we are hoping and open to do much more. Thank you.
Ivana, just a quick follow-up question. Can you give a couple more examples of creative industries in these two countries, but in the region in general? I think it's always great that the audience and the public, especially those not involved, and be aware exactly of where this fits into these societies, into our societies.
It's difficult for me to give you more concrete examples, but perhaps I can invite the resident representatives from the Western Balkan countries that give us more info. As you know, I'm not yet familiar with all the projects and programs that we do across.
Well, then we can transition to Isabel, because we were talking about some of them in the region and what could be done. Isabel, please, if you could.
Yes, so two things. First of all, I think that creative economy is an economy which is not exactly limited to the territory of one country. It's probably, and especially for the Balkan, a question of region. And we know how the patrimonium culture, all of us, the Balkan Traffic Festival in Brussels every year, which is a big festival for all the aspects of the culture of the Balkan. But what I wanted to give as example, in UNCTAD, we are starting an issue 2 years ago related to e-trade for women, not only e-trade as such, but e-trade especially for women, because we know that there is a big gap. And one of the advocates, because we have 7 advocates, is from Montenegro. And she's a previous minister of economy in Montenegro, and she's now the CEO of big companies, strong companies in Montenegro. And she's now the advocate for the region. So she's working in the region with all groups of activities related to digitalization for women and trying to encourage and to mentor women willing to start this type of startup or companies. And I add the fact that for a lot of women, it's really an opportunity, even if it will solve all the problems, but it's an opportunity because for women, the traditional vectors to create companies is not really accessible for them. They are a little bit out of all the traditional channels, and having the capacity to have a direct contact with the clients through an activity online is something which is really very, very interesting. And we have 7 advocates, one from Montenegro, but the 6 other are from 6 other regions of the world. And those women are really fantastic. And I think that I don't think that all industrial development will be based on them, but it's true that something has to be done at this level in order to encourage and support women initiative related to digitalization, but in order to create economic value.
And how hard, in your opinion, or what is the transition that usually takes from women being offered these new vectors, these new venues, and then that actually being something that becomes more common in a society?
Now, it's true that we are always speaking about connectivity. Of course, it's important. In the region, we know that all the coverage is beyond the level which is useful and which is really the case in other European countries. Nevertheless, the connectivity is not the only condition to succeed. And there is a lot of other things. If we feel and we define digitalization not just to be client of the big platforms or not just to develop small startup, but scale up the startups and trying to, on a disruptive way, to change completely the model of the business model. It means that digitalization means that it's not exactly the same model as the previous industrial revolution. It's a new revolution, which is, if I may say, epistemological. I mean that it changed a lot regarding our way to learn, our way to create, our way to innovate, our way to, of course, to make business. And I think that a lot of people are reducing digitalization to, yes, access, I mean connectivity, and maybe a little bit literacy, learn codage in the schools. It's not enough. It's more than that. It has to change completely if we would like to have an economic benefit of it. And when you look at the global picture, the market value of digitalization and the 70 big platforms in the world, it's especially China, and first of all, US, China, and then Europe, I mean, in the broad sense of, it's not only the 27, Europe has only 3.2% of the economic benefit or the market value of digitalization. So it's really totally non-significant. We have to do a lot also at the EU level, but also at Europe as such, and the region of Balkan is maybe a place where something has to be done, not only just for connectivity or the roaming, which is a good decision, which has to be which was taken very recently and very nicely, but that's very short term. To be really disruptive, a lot has to be done in order to change economic instrument based on new crowdfunding, or a way which is totally different as the previous or normal or previous companies. So I think that the change in the mindset needs also training, and it's maybe the Minister of Albania could explain what she's doing with universities, etc., in order to train the new generation to be disruptive and not just apply digitalization as a tool to have contact or to develop a network. Is more than that. So that's a thing that we have to have in mind. And I think that it requires also regional cooperation. It's not a national issue. Data are the engine of, we know that data is the engine of all the development of the digitalization. Nevertheless, we have different approach. The US is managing the data issue through the lens of the private sector. The private sector determines all the rules. China through a more centralized authoritarian approach. And the EU, we are looking at data regarding or through the lens of right to protect privacy. But it's three very, very different approaches. But data is something which is key for the economic benefit of the digitalization, because how you have access to data in order to create new data by correlation, compilation, etc., or storage of data, which is another issue, data is really something which is absolutely key if you would like to have an economic benefit of digitalization. And that needs training, awareness, and changing in the mindset from the new entrepreneurs, also from the authorities, in order to provide tools, support, material, instrument, financing for this new project, and not just think about how the connectivity can be done and all of us could use our smartphone. That's really the very, very, very small angle of digitalization.
Thank you so much, Sibel. I have a couple of points that I want to go back to you later, but please, Albana, first tell us about this new approach to, or the innovations that are being made in higher education in Albania.
So, first of all, I would like to thank you for having me here. Oh, sorry. First of all, I would like to thank you for having me here. It's a real pleasure and honor to represent the Ministry of Education and Sport. So developments in the technological field and global trends towards the empowerment of startups have stimulated the need for their support and empowerment in the country, which has been a request for several years by actors in the field of startup and ecosystem in Albania. In the government program 2021-2025, 10 million euros have been approved by to support startups and startup ecosystem. In March 2022, law number 25 on the support of development to startup, and in May 2022, the relevant DCM regarding its implementation were adopted by the government, which made possible the launching of the first call for financial assistance to startups and facilitators. The objective of this initiative is to help create a favorable climate for attracting, involving, and retreating talent and human resources, facilitating and supporting access to financial resources and social inclusion and diversity indifference to democratic values, encouraging and introducing innovation in ecosystem. The quantification of benefits is provided for startups and startup facilitators through the support scheme with grants from the state budget in the amount of 10 million euros.
Just put it a little bit closer.
Okay.
I'm getting, here. This is a nice, pleasant, you can put it right here.
Okay.
Year-long journalist, we learned this.
Okay.
So hold it here and it'll be easier.
So, as I told before, the quantification of benefits is provided for startups and startup facilitators through the support scheme with grants from the state budget in the amount of 10 million euros, disbursable over the next 4 years, thus increasing the benefits for startups. The call for application contains the requirement and criteria that must be met by startups and startup facilitator, taking into consideration the general priorities as follow as supporting innovation in priority areas for the country development, supporting initiatives that have a positive environmental impact, empowering young people, empowering girls and women entrepreneurs, strengthening social inclusion, diversity, and social impact. 29 startups and 29 facilitators have been supported with grants, where ICT occupies a considerable part, about 31%, as one of the most important areas that is recently key to the economic development, especially after COVID-19. Then comes fintech, 10%, education, 10%, and robotic science, 6.9%. 4 higher education institutions and 1 vocational high school have been supported with the grant. Educational startups were supported by a grant from the Minister of State for the Protection and Entrepreneurship in the first call. I would like to spend only a few words to describe briefly 2 of the educational startups supported by with these grants. The first one is Joanna Christo startup. Learn Architecture by Playing is the startup that will improve the way of educating and learning the object that surround us by turning learning into a play and fun. Archigame was founded in 2018, and its first prototype was published in 2020 as part of the 100th anniversary of Tirana as capital of Albania from 2020 as part of from 2020 until today, 11 activities has been carried out with children and experts in the field of interest. The first design was made, their improvements were tasted, various game sessions were held, and educational game championship was held among children. The beneficiaries of this activity were present with children parents with children between the age of 7 and 13. And the second one is the Dean Chill startup. Academic.al was founded in September 2019 and become known in March 2020, when it was presented by the Ministry of Education and Sport as a helpful alternative platform for smooth running on online learning for the public pre-university system in the Republic of Albania. The platform is currently being used by over 500,000 students and teachers in Albania and is recognized by UCL and Harvard University as one of the leading e-learning platforms in the Western Balkan region, demonstrating that the reliability of our program is really important. Academic.al has won several awards, such as Startup for Year from 2021, from ECT Awards, and also European Young Innovators and Harvard Social Impact Fund, while the founder, Dean Selai, has been honored by the European Commission for this work during the COVID-19 pandemic and was selected as one of the winners of the European Making a Change Award, and also by the prestigious Forbes as one of the European with the most social impact in the world.
Yeah. Ivana, thank you so much. That was very exhaustive. So I wouldn't have asked for examples earlier if I'd known that you had so many interesting ones to put out. One thing, though, with this startup financial assistance grant, and please correct me if I'm ignorant, because, you know, as journalists, I usually focus on more on very political issues and other things that are much more intense. But do you feel, outside of Tirana, and anyone who's been to Tirana knows that there's a vibrant startup and entrepreneurship atmosphere, do you feel, are there people in more rural areas or non-urban areas in Albania who apply for this startup assistance? Or is it usually focused in urban areas? Or is it not even, you know?
Well, I do not have information regarding the areas, but I know that 29 startups and 29 facilitators have been supported during the first year of the program. Mm-hmm. And this first phase was very successful. So, I mean, different students and youth have received a grant in order to develop their startups. And I mean, this is really important. I do not have exactly data because it's not our responsibility as Ministry of Education and Sport. This is part of the Ministry of Entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
But these two startups were really important because they are related with the field of education.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ivana. And Armin, now our last, with his last introductory speech. Armin, we've been talking about the different settings and environments and needs to create a more vibrant, creative development setting in the Balkans, and to encourage creative industries in a new way. But here you are as our example, as the head of your own startup. So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, super happy. I hope that you can hear me, that internet is functioning. Yeah, I'm super happy, first of all, that I'm on panel with 4 women, and I think that we definitely need to have more women in all different layers, from politics to, you know, these kind of conferences, and less of white, wise men who are telling us what to do. And definitely we need to be working more on motivating young people to take active role from politics to the business. What I would like to emphasize is that I'm coming from Bosnia, but as well I'm living in Germany, in Berlin. So for me, today's conference was quite emotional because I see so many different, from before panelists, I see so many different ideas. I have so many questions, and I'm so sad that I'm not there and that I have just 5 minutes to talk.
You have a lot of minutes to talk later on, but you have a 5-minute introduction.
Yeah, so if you're talking about Bosnia and post-war, we can see that Bosnia is definitely still in crisis, and it passed 25 years from the war. And what we see is that my city is still not rebuilt, and there are many buildings destroyed. And then what we see as well, what I as a young person see, is that we have 130 ministries all around Bosnia, which are definitely not functioning. And I see that many young people are, not motivated to even start something of their own because half the country is working in different governmental institutions, and that is just not functioning and not normal. And as well, what we see in Bosnia concretely is that we are all counting how many Bosniaks, Croats, or Serbians or others exist. So we need some kind of change post-Dayton where the system will be more going into the future and less focusing on the past. And when I say past, I mean that, it's quite complicated for a young person to start any kind of company in Bosnia because immediately you have taxation, immediately you have different level of Bosnia, which cantons and federal different challenges and fiscal bills to pay and stuff like that. But then, on another hand, we as well see different, quite, for me, innovative companies started in Bosnia, like Eko Jasmina, where they are producing their own ecological food, which they are selling in their own, little small shops. Then we have Zendef, so many different IT startups that are functioning, but what I see as well is that many of these startups are established through or from EU. Not many of them are established in Bosnia, and many of them are some people who are diaspora from Bosnia, and then they return back to Bosnia and decided to establish something there. As well, what I can mention is that we definitely have to be working on education, because what we see is that many of the people are really not educated, or they are really poorly educated. And when I say education, I don't mean just classical going to the school, but I mean as well, this something that we really need is critical thinking. We need education on how to, in general, create or brainstorm ideas, and we need definitely better support from the country in a way of boosting young people so that they have different funds to create their own startups inside the country. And just one more remark for Bosnia. I don't know how much of you do actually know, but for instance, in Bosnia, up to a few months ago, if you want to be a freelancer, so somebody who is living in Bosnia but then working as a freelancer, that was absolutely not possible. Now we have a little bit, like green light, and we see a little bit changes. But again, freelancers are paying, for instance, health insurance for Bosnia, but they are not health insured. So there are many different questions that I can raise. I don't know how much time do we have. But there are so many different challenges that I see that we should be working on. But on the other hand, as well, there are so many positivities. There's so many young people who are actually creating their own businesses, same as I created Youth Power in 2013, which is employing more than 100 people, not just in Bosnia, but as well in other EU countries where we now have offices. And we started from small city of Mostar in Bosnia.
And how do you think the recent developments in Bosnia over the past year or so have encouraged young people to try harder to do their own thing, or have they discouraged them? And is there a way to sort of protect these, those who are interested in involving themselves in creative industries and the startup scene from the influence of, say, politics and other issues that affect Bosnia?
Yes, so to be honest, I'm not living in Bosnia already 5 years. I'm occasionally coming there. For me, personally, I didn't run out of Bosnia because of economical situation, but I was just fed up with the system and these unfriendly political situations where I really don't want to be put in any kind of box as ethnical or national minority or majority or however you want. But if you are talking about something, for instance, to create one non-governmental organization or to start a business in Bosnia, it's really challenging because the system is just not functioning. You have so different levels, so different documents to, to collect, to sum up, to apply, that is really demotivating in my case. This is something that I just see in the practice as somebody who is really trying to get different projects to Bosnia concretely connected with entrepreneurship and startups. And it's really challenging, and it's basically from the canton to the canton and from entity to entity. And for me, what is as well, on the other hand, what is my fear is when we are talking about EU, we have to be aware that 50-60% of people who were Bosnian or who were born in territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina, they are already EU citizens. Yeah. And they can freely leave or return. And, you know, like, we definitely have to see how to motivate and how to keep those youngsters there. And yeah, what I can say is I agree even with Alexandra that was talking before. You know, I'm traveling a lot, I'm meeting people, and I'm meeting really people who are well educated, starting their own business, and they are all outside of, I mean, general Southeast Europe. I don't like the term in Western Balkans. But yeah, I see many people who are from Albania, from Kosovo, and I'm, you know, as somebody who is Bosnian, I'm really sad that somebody who don't have Croatian or Serbian passport, they cannot enter to Kosovo. And this is really, you know, like, for me, this is really, I don't know, crazy situation. I definitely don't like it. And as well, I don't like that we don't have anybody from Kosovo directly there. I mean, yeah, participating to hear their way of thinking, because, you know, they need as well visas to come to EU and to come to Bosnia.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I don't know, did I went too broad?
No, that's great. I mean, we need to hear directly from you, actually. I mean, it's easier for people who are involved on the sidelines and or in enabling the policy. It's much better to hear it directly from you. And with regard to
I mean, to be honest and quite plastical and direct, you know, like, I transferred the same amount of money brutto that I had in Bosnia to Germany, and I have bigger netto in Germany. So this reality, how much taxes people do pay in Bosnia, and, you know, if I need to do any medical, I don't know, check or something in Sarajevo, since I was from Mostar as Herzegovina-Neretva canton, I need this, you know, special paper or permission to go inside of my country to be treated in other cantons. While now, as somebody who is living in Germany, I'm freely to go to do operation in Bosnia. My health insurance from Germany will cover it. So this is something, you know, that is reality from the field, and nobody's talking about it. And, you know, like, and then why should I, you know, raise my children in Bosnia? That is a question where, you know, like, they are quite limited. Just if you are talking about health insurance, they're just limited in their own canton or their own little city, and, you know, like, and they have to pay really bigger taxes than in some EU countries.
Yeah, I mean, the mere nightmare of explaining the different levels of power in Bosnia has plagued me as a journalist for many, many years, and trying to break it down for an audience who doesn't know it, let alone actually having to operate within it and try to have a functional system within it. Isabel, I believe you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Armin, for the concrete picture of the situation of young people in those countries, and it's important to listen to that. And it means that, of course, creativity, innovation will not come alone, spontaneously. It could appear if really the structure are really changing, and I mean the silo could be break, that it could also, the cooperation between the different departments, the business facilitation, for instance, why not a single window for all the registration of companies? It's not so complicated. A lot of developing countries are doing that with a single window. Just you have in 24 hours. In Rwanda, for instance, you can register your company in 24 hours. So that's something which is very simple, relatively simple, which can change a lot in the reality of the young entrepreneurs. Second issue, what you said, Armin, about the question of how young people could really develop creative projects. I think that creativity will not come alone. Creativity will come when you give the ecosystem to create. I mean, it's a little bit the chicken and the egg, but it's true that if the ecosystem is not down, the people from Balkans are not more creative than others, or not no more or no less. They are really, they need to be in an environment where it's possible. What does it mean? In the past, in a company, you had a department, in the past, even today, a department of research and development. The department is totally different as the marketing issue. It's really the department of research and development. They are working on project. They start with a proof, and then it takes 1, 2, 3 years, and then they go out with the new project.
the digitalization model is totally different. It's a permanent back and forth between needs, innovation, ideas, intellectual capital, human capital, all together, and you never define a project from, I don't know from where, from a research and development office. It's done because people are there trying to identify a need and trying to test the need on short term, and then to scale up the project in order to be a little bit bigger, and trying to develop something which is a kind of boule de neige. And that's something which is a very different model that the country and even the Department of Economy or the department, even if they are canton, I am a Belgian, so the complication between the different levels I know very well. Maybe it's less complicated in Belgium than in Bosnia. Nevertheless, it's something which is that you can overcome through the digitalization. So it's why something can be done in order to help and to create an ecosystem encouraging creativity of young people, especially, or women or girls, which are really need to be encouraged to do it.
Yeah, great intervention. Even just briefly, can you talk about what needs to be changed in sort of the legal framework, or in if you've done studies on this on a regional basis, that would make it easier to foster development of this forum?
Yes, well, if we talk about what needs to be changed, maybe we can look back in the 20 years, and the investment climate in the Western Balkans has improved significantly, be it for the reasons of market and governance reforms, but also because of the EU integration process. And of course, a number of challenges still remain. Some of them are the strengthening of the rule of law, but also fighting corruption and increasing administrative capacities to be able to deliver the reforms, to implement the reforms. And not less importantly, it is important to strengthen the competitiveness of local businesses. And then just as important is also to remove the cross-border barriers to commercial activities, which I know that RCC and CEFTA have done a lot of work on, and which would also create an easier access not only within the region of the Western Balkans, but also to the single European market. And when we talk about that, we, of course, already mentioned the data gaps, which are necessary to be able to better define the policies, and also frameworks in support of development of creative industries. And those policies and programming, they offer an opportunity to, in the future, to support growth in these areas. So those, in short, I think, is what needs to be done. And of course, UNDP has an idea how to go about it.
Well, would you like to share?
Yes, definitely.
So don't leave everyone off on a cliffhanger here.
Yeah, we have UNDP offers 3 sets of advantages, and first of all, we have an ability to work broadly across the partnership spectrum. This is both with governments, local governments, civil society organizations, private sector, and also donors and other UN agencies. Secondly, our broad sustainable development mandate and expertise offers also ability to align commercial and policy support with, for example, Roma and social inclusion, and women empowerment, then local economic development, as well as with climate action. And lastly, we combine this policy advocacy with development programming that we together put in a rigorous project cycle management, and which is our actually daily bread and butter, as we say, and which we can equally apply this process to the support of the creative industries.
I'm going to pick up one of the questions that came to us from from Debating Europe, which is Friend of Europe citizen platform, and one that I think is particularly a great continuation of what we talked about so far is, should there be a bigger focus on intra-regional cooperation on this, and how can this be done? And even you talked briefly about the UNDP specific mandate in overcoming these political obstacles and other obstacles in having this done. So if you want to continue, or Isabel or anyone else would like to.
But I think that the regional cooperation is absolutely key in those, not only in this region, but also in this region. And it's true that because of the question of customs, the question of all the barriers to trade, the barriers to all those aspects can be solved progressively through this cooperation within the region. After that, of course, it's also with the EU. But first of all, in the region, it's important to really trying to work against various barriers. It's also true for young entrepreneurs. It's easier to start to develop a market in the region than just start with the international trade. I think that the regional approach is a good step for small entrepreneurs in order to develop their business outside of just their small environment first. Secondly, it's something which is of course useful regarding the way to develop the relationship with the EU as such, and the regional cooperation framework is there to do that and to work on that. And finally, I think that it's true that now with the war in Ukraine and all what is happening also in the region with inflation, poverty and all those problems, more than ever, cooperation is important, because maybe all demons could come back. And it's true that now the cooperation is something which is absolutely key through concrete issues. I think that, of course, it's not easy to create the regional cooperation, even if it's requested by all of us. Nevertheless, working on concrete issues where progress could be made and also felt by the population as something which is easier after the cooperation than before, it's something which is key. And finally, just to react to what said Armin about diaspora, I think that it's a good thing that diaspora could really come back, help, and trying to develop projects which can be followed by national people or people living or staying in the country. And that's the good part of migration. Sometimes in the EU we are looking about migration through the angle, oh, that's a problem. But it's also something which is very useful when you think about a circular migration. It's really important that people from the diaspora could help or start something which can encourage national entrepreneurs or young people or women to start something with the support of the diaspora. So I think that it's not a bad consequence. It's something which could be really useful. But I'm totally convinced that even in the world with the new powers and Russia, China, and all what discussed in the previous panel, more than ever, the regional cooperation on all aspects, of course, export, trade, economic issues, but more than that, it's something which is absolutely useful for the balance in the region and the relationship between this region, the EU, and the rest of the world. So, yes, I am a big advocate for regional cooperation.
Yeah, speaking of advocates, Albano, just
speaking about regional cooperation, I would like to emphasize the importance of the establishment of the steering platform for research and innovation for the Western Balkans, which is an important strategic body to deal with European, multilateral and regional issues on research and innovation policies in and with the Western Balkans. This platform has an important role as an information exchange center where national developments and best practices are presented, discussed and exchanged. So the Western Balkan Innovation Agenda and the association of the Western Balkan countries to the Horizon Europe program, for example, mark a crucial achievement in such a context. But the agenda, the common agenda of the Western Balkans include also common action in the green economy, green agenda, open science, smart specialization strategy, and so on. So we have a lot in common as a region. And it's important to coordinate our action and to integrate in the region and then the region into the European Union.
Yeah. Well, I wish people remember more often that we have very things in common in the region. On that note, Isabel, just briefly, if I could play the devil's advocate and sort of draw upon what Armin said. You know, when there is constant, you know, so many governments of the region have changed often. There's political instability, electoral stability. In certain parts, there have been other security issues as well. What would you say to, let's say, a disenchanted young person who had ideas and potential and interest to do something in the region, but would rather leave than be constantly embroiled in this instability? Like, what would you directly say to this person?
First of all, it's not a fatality. Of course, it requires a lot of change in the way to support them, and they need to continue to insist in order to obtain what I said about the single windows, about the facilities, the support, the financing, the new financing support, and all what you said about cooperation with university, etc. All the signs of cooperation, even if it's not perfect, is something encouraging the young people to move and trying to really participate to the economic development of their country. And I think that, of course, it requires some response from the authorities. I think that, of course, it's not easy in a complicated country with a difficult past. Nevertheless, I think that I heard this morning during the last panel that it is a momentum and a geopolitical moment. So I think that the geopolitical moment is also an economic potential important moment, and I think that authorities within the region, but also listening to what the new generation is asking and what the new generation is proposing as tools for the future, is something which is really important. And I think that in the cooperation with the EU, it's true that sometimes the European Union is a fantastic federation in order to really develop a common market, but the way to listen to what is happening in the civil society is probably the weakest point of the European Union as such. I mean, we are really organizing on European level bureaucratic and technocratic, very nice project, but at the end, listen to what is happening in the society, which is the motivation of the young people, why is it like that, what can be solved, and trying to pay more attention to the movement in the society. Also, maybe the nationalist movement of the risks. I think that's important to listen and trying to propose something which is adequate regarding what is living, not only in the government, but also in the society as such. And I think that could be a good sign for the new young people trying to develop their own future, because, of course, it's in their hands.
Thank you so much. Oh, Albano, do you want to say something?
One thing that needs to be done is to create a better connection between higher educational institution and the labor market. I mean, this is really important to create job opportunities. So we need to focus on how to build training skills and how to activate study program that will help people to get employed after they obtain the diploma. So to create a better connection between universities and the labor market is really a fundamental thing.
Yeah, I had a panel hosted this morning with 10 or so, more actually, I think about 10, young people who were, oh, interesting, we have a new cartoon. Young people who said precisely this, that they want more opportunities, better connections to like going from the education to the job, but also internships they can do while they're doing their education and supplementary educational materials, some of the stuff that you mentioned earlier. All right, I think we have just about some time left for questions in case anyone has some exciting question to ask the panel, please.
Thank you. My name is Thomas. I'm a freelance journalist from Denmark, here in Brussels as a correspondent. I have a question for the Albanian minister. You were talking about the connection towards universities. I'm curious to know what plans for reforms, if any, you have for the rest of the schooling system, so all the way down to children's education in terms of fostering new ways of learning, new ways of developing ideas that might be useful in a creative setting.
So for the connection between the universities and the labor market?
No, the whole cohesion all the way from when you start school at age 6, 7, whatever,
And what innovation is planned for earlier stages of education, not just higher education?
Okay. Well, one of the most important, one of the Ministry of Education and Sport priority is the process of sectoralization of higher education institution based on priorities of the country, regional economic development, the identification of priority areas as sectoralization of higher education helped us to address the formative offer of universities in those sectors in what we have potential in the functioning of our country's development. Well, actually, Albania, like all the other countries in the region, is currently drafting the smart specialization strategy, for example, which aims to generate an economic growth as well as address the main Albanian socioeconomic challenges by guaranteeing a better compatibility between innovation and scientific research efforts, with strategic opportunities for development. This strategy defines some of the fields that have potential for the economic and social development in the country. And we have already identified 6 priority areas that are in the agriculture, manufacturing, industry, energy, and so on. And we are trying, so we want to create a better connection between the fields that have a potential for the economic and social development in the country with the higher educational institution in order to guarantee in the future a better connection between higher educational institution and the labor market. This is one of our priorities. Another one is the internationalization process. So we are focused and we are pushing as much as you can universities in order to extend their collaboration with universities from all over the region, in the Western Balkans, but also with universities from the European Union, in order to activate joint and double study program and to offer a quality higher education and to give to youth the opportunity to stay in their country. So we need to create an education based on quality in order to create opportunity for youth to stay and then to find a job in their country and not to leave it. This is one of our priorities at the moment.
Thank you, Ivana. Any other questions? If not, please, Andre.
Thank you very much, André de Munter, European Parliament. I wanted to address the issue of reconciliation, which in my view is something that the EU failed miserably in, just because there is no chapter, let alone a cluster on reconciliation. This is where we I think also completely misjudged the situation. We started treating the countries of the Western Balkans / Southeast Europe very much as we did with the Big Bang enlargement countries 2004, etc., neglecting, in my view, the legacy of the past, the post-war, post-conflict situations there. Even in, I mean, Prime Minister Rama, he hailed the Tirana summit as historic. I mean, I'm a bit allergic to the word, first of all, perspective of the region, and historic, which also in the EU we misuse constantly, or we should be more economical on using it. But in terms of reconciliation in the Tirana Declaration, there is half a line on 12 pages. In the Commission's annual report, reconciliation is hard to find. I mean, the length of the report increases every year. We are now from 80, 85 pages a couple of years ago to 125, 130. Some issues, including gender issues, do not increase in length in these reports accordingly. Regional cooperation was mentioned. In the Commission reports, reconciliation is usually mentioned as like kind of something that should automatically follow regional cooperation and reconciliation, but in depth on the issue, nothing. So my question to the panel, and of course also to Armin, who is virtually part of the panel, would be: I mean, is there a real reconciliation component in the initiatives that you have mentioned, or what is lacking in your view there? Thank you, and sorry for being long.
No, that's great. I'll start with Armin and then go back to the physical panel. Or honorary man should talk first. Women are very generous.
Thank you. Yeah. So I concretely start working on reconciliation. I do believe in 2009, together with Care International in Bosnia, where we have this component, the Young Men Initiative, which creates clubs which are called Be a Men Club, but that doesn't mean that we are promoting men's, but we are, like using these stereotypes that men should not be crying, they should be men, and all the stereotypes. We are trying to change the situation there. And what I noticed is that, for instance, we were changing the donors and stuff like what is normally happening in the project. And then we had 1 year of break in certain school in Mostar. And this school, like you have 2 schools under one roof. And for me, that is the best example because, for instance, we had a break of 1 year. And then on that break, the Free Europe was making this, I'm not sure what is the name of the TV show. And then they were asking Bosniaks what they think about Croats what they think of Bosniaks, etc. And then you had a boy that was claiming how Bosniaks, they are, like dark skin, how he would never go to the East Mostar and vice versa. And, for us, that was really like wake-up call that definitely we have to be doing these programs in schools. And now, thanks God, this whole curricula is part of the school. I mean, it's part of the school curricula. So they are ways how to help the situation, but you have to be working on this issue non-stop. And this is something not that you can just put under the carpet. And, we see it even now if you are talking about World Cup, we see, how many Balkan or Southeast Europe diaspora is playing for other teams. And then you see Twitter burning how, all different reactions happening. So definitely I don't see true reconciliation there. I just see politicians who are laughing and, shaking hands, smiling. Again, white, wise men. And, I think that, the cure is in education. The cure is making different, youth exchanges that unfortunately not all Southeast Europe countries have, because Bosnia as well have limited access to Erasmus+, which for me, as somebody who is coming from NGO sector, is really great program. But then if we cannot apply on it, or our politicians or however institutions are blocking access to this program, is as well, like not helping in this reconciliation. But if we have truly people, and on this project concretely, we have campaigns and different camps that we are organizing, and then all youth are coming from Kosovo, Albania, Bosnia, Serbia, Croatia, and they are meeting together and they are learning that they are all humans. But if they do not meet, if they do not travel, do not learn, of course that they will be having their small, small city way of thinking and limitations.
Fantastic, thank you. Ed, do you want to contribute?
No, I'm absolutely not a specialist of reconciliation, but I think I agree with what Armin said. It's really a process. It's something that you cannot decide. It's a process through education, and what was said is very well said, but also through cultural events and trying to fight against all the stereotypes of the post-war stereotypes, which are probably very living in the society, and that's something requires support for activities helping too. But it's true that even the regional cooperation could help. It's not the only way to, but it's true that regional cooperation for some concrete issues could help to put together people from different countries in the region working together on, I don't know, whatever is the object of the cooperation. Very concrete helps also to create not only discussion between people, but common activities. And common activities is also part of the reconciliation. So I think that it's really something which has to be transversal, reconciliation. It has to be in all sectors, one preoccupation or one something which has to be taken into consideration in each project, in each activity, and not a chapter as such. A little bit like climate. Climate is not a chapter as such. It's something that we have to take into consideration everywhere, every time, in every project.
I think that's a great note to end on. We tried to, a bit over an hour, apologies for keeping everyone for longer, talk about alternative solutions and creative approaches to the issues that are lacking in the region, and how individuals who are not necessarily part of the political process can contribute to it and expand both the economies in their society, but also the opportunities offered to young people. I'm just going to mention 2 or 3 things that are really important. There was a lot of emphasis on youth and women. And this is something that I think all the speakers agreed was a positive change in the way that innovation was being produced in the region in the last 20 years. I think that Isabel made a great point about the fact that and Ottoman obviously is an example of it, that not all creators have to be physically based in the Balkans and work from the Balkans on location all the time, and that this connectivity online can offer them more options to develop their projects and their initiatives. We had an interesting intervention from Ibana on how the government and the institutions in Albania are working on also fostering a startup environment, something that I know is reflected partially in other countries in the region, and how Ottoman talks about obviously the push for the push that exists among young people to continue to do this despite the hurdles and the difficulties and the challenges of all sorts that stand in their way. So yes, thank you again, and have a nice evening.
Hello?
Yeah, just invite everyone to
please, can everyone take the seat to start the last session? So, hello everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating in the last session of the summit of Friends of Europe for this year. This last session on before and after the EU, building better democracies and economic prosperity for the countries of the region of the Western Balkans. And it is curated by Institute for Democracy and Mediation. I am Sotir Raihroni, Executive Director of this organization from Albania. I'm delighted to have here as contributors to this panel, Mr. Manuel Sarrazin, Jana Saukupova, and Madam President Vaira Vike Freiberga, who I think the three of them are quite complementary in fulfilling up the objectives of this session. I'm happy to start by saying that the Western Balkan countries are trying to advance reforms, although not at the required pace, and they are accepting more and more each other in the region, considering good neighborly relations and cooperation not just as a precondition for EU integration, but rather a process with direct impact to regional economy, citizens' mobility, common labor market, youth exchange. It is also very important to mention that institutions in the region, be it governments, be it law enforcement institutions, civil society, businesses, are more and more interconnected. In most areas, there exists trust and willingness to advance further. Thanks to the regional cooperation mechanisms supported by the EU, countries of the region are encouraged to stabilize democracy, economy, rule of law at the national level, and help finding lasting solutions to critical issues. A strong and concrete European perspective would be the strongest encouragement to solving even bilateral issues such as Serbia-Kosovo mutual final stabilization of their relations. The Berlin process, as the principal regional cooperation initiative, last month experienced an important and very concrete step forward, with the signing of the 3 agreements by the 6 regional countries on mutual recognition of ID cards, university diplomas, and professional qualifications. This is a strong push towards a real functioning of the common regional market to implement the 4 freedoms: freedom for movement of people, service, goods, and capital across the Western Balkan countries, firmly based on EU standards. The latest resolution of the European Parliament on enlargement strategy calls, among others, for building membership-oriented roadmap for each individual accession country based on merit, functional democracy, and rule of law, but does not foresee or propose any date for EU accession for any of the countries of the region. It is becoming clear for everyone that accession in the EU is a merit-based process, and progress is achieved by reaching important benchmarks in democracy, rule of law, and human rights, market preparedness, fighting corruption and organized crime. It is equally clear that these standards will not be reached in the near future. While group enlargement is less likely to happen in the future, if you look back at the largest enlargement process of 2004, Two European sub-regions, the Visegrad Group and the Baltic countries, made great strides to consolidate their regional cooperation in parallel to their EU accession efforts. This panel precisely seeks to build on lessons learned from these countries on some critical issues. I'm honored, and the panel is honored, with the participation of a very distinguished speaker, the Honorable Vaira Vike-Freiberga, former president of Latvia, who helped so much her country to prepare for EU integration and push her country and the three Baltic republics join European family. We welcome her contribution online and be delighted to have her opinion on, based on Madam President's experience, how has regional cooperation of the Baltic countries helped their EU accession? Another question might be that with the changing of the geopolitical context, with Russian aggression in Ukraine, and the potentials of its further escalation in different forms in the Western Balkan countries, can this situation, this changing geopolitical context, bring the region in European Union's priority or in to-do list? And last question, can Western Balkan 6 joint advocacy for EU membership work? So now it's your time, Madam President, and you can take the questions from the way that you want to deal with this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, friends of Europe. And thank you for inviting me and seeking a report of our collective experience in the three Baltic countries. I think that the process of joining the European Union involves, first of all, in each candidate country for the population to reach a critical mass of those who see themselves as Europeans as well as patriots or nationals of whichever country they happen to be citizens of. Unless there is this feeling of having shared values and shared future visions, or visions of the future, if you like, for our continent, the process is doomed from the start. So one of my jobs as president, I was elected in 1999, just before the millennium, and we became members of the European Union in 2004. So within that period, we had two jobs. One was to convince the then members of the European Union, the 15 countries who were then members, to be open to accepting us in their fold. But at the same time, I think that the presidents and the politicians and the parliamentarians of these countries continued with a process of convincing their citizens of the well-foundedness, of the good reasons why we were taking considerable efforts to meet EU criteria, why certain reforms were needed, why a long series of changes had to be introduced in the country, and why hundreds and hundreds of new bills had to be passed by parliaments, which I can assure you as president in my 8 years, I had to sign every one of them, and there were a great many of them. The reason that we were able to do it along with our neighbors is that our recent past had been similar. Latvia, along with Estonia and Lithuania, had become independent republics in 1918 after the First World War. They remained independent republics until after the start of the Second World War. The Soviet Union invaded all three countries at the same time on the 17th of June, 1940. This was the result of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, or the pact of friendship between Hitler and Stalin, who had decided on how they would split up Europe, and the the northern part of this region was to go to the Soviet Union. Of course, Hitler broke his promise and invaded not just the Baltics, but also Russia as much as he managed. But for us, the end of the war did not bring liberation. It brought 50 years and more, or roughly 50 years, half a century of Soviet occupation. Having seen the long sufferings that system imposed on our three countries, all three countries were ready for taking especially rapid strides to regain the lost time. While Western Europe had been progressive just as fast as we had been progressing after the First World War. After the Second World War, we were pulled into the inefficient economic system of the Soviet Union. The standard of living was low. The personal freedoms were low. Our national identities were being denigrated and held into serious check. We wanted freedom again. We wanted to have all the advantages that Western European countries had been possessing since the Second World War and their liberation from Nazi occupation for many of them. And we had the same aim. We met, the presidents met, the parliaments met, the governments met with each other to ensure that we continue to have the same aspirations and the same foreign policy towards the rest of Europe. But at the same time, I might mention that there was a competition as to who would advance more quickly, who would open more chapters of negotiation with the European Union, who would manage to close more chapters. And I consider that it was a healthy competition where we could say, if in terms of information or whatever the chapter was, we had managed to close a chapter and our neighbors not, and the contrary, then we would put in more effort in that area where we were lagging behind, and happily, tick off the one where we had closed the negotiations. But we always understood that it was a merit-based system, and then as we went ahead and reached the level that was being asked of us, we were told quite distinctly, neither would we be invited even to start negotiations, nor would we be able to close enough of the chapters for accession. And so that it was a goal that was clearly set. There were clear criteria for progress achieved. We took serious efforts to answer them. And thank God we were rewarded by being accepted together with other countries, even though, for instance, we were invited to start negotiations 2 years after Estonia. Estonia started already after the EU meeting in Madrid. Latvia and Lithuania started negotiations in Helsinki in December 1999. But we reached the goal, all three of us together, and we could celebrate the achievements, all three together. My wish for the Balkan countries is to realize that the fact that you are geographically situated where you are, and you cannot change that, it is there forever. Your fate is linked to that of your neighbors forever after. And learning how to live in harmony with your neighbors and learning to accept goals and aspirations, to adopt values that allow you to live together in peace and under mutual understanding and tolerance is a much better project than fighting each other or keeping old hatreds or resentments alive from earlier historical periods. And I think, if nothing else, in terms of material material welfare, of economic progress, of the standards of living, of the safety and security, the internal security of your countries, you have everything to gain and nothing to lose from this process and fulfilling the criteria that the European Union asks of you. So I would encourage every country that has a desire to do so to really work on these two fronts.
Thank you.
The discussions with the European representatives, but most of all, getting your population behind you and accepting this as a serious an important goal that is accepted by the large majority of your inhabitants. Godspeed to you all.
Thank you, Madam President. Do you have an opinion about the shifting of geopolitical context and the potentials of it making European Union include the region in priority, as a priority?
I don't think that the diversity of the countries in the Western Balkans is sufficiently great that probably, as you already alluded to in your introductory remarks, an individual roadmap is probably the best idea, so that each country could advance at its own speed and if you like, tick off, the various demands one after another at the speed that it is able to achieve, which may not be the same for all of the countries concerned. I think the European Union is, on principle, understands the importance, the geostrategic importance of the Balkan Peninsula, and hopefully as a whole that is as united as is humanly possible to achieve within our current generation. That really would be, I think, the hope and for the future on the part of the European Union. But how the countries themselves and their inhabitants, how they respond to it, I think that is in their own hands.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for mentioning the role of inclusiveness, national inclusion, but also regional kind of healthy competition among countries for the EU accession. And the inclusiveness at national level, I think it's really very important, because this is not something that relates to the government only, but it has to have all layers of society. You mentioned the parliament, and I do think that there is a much bigger role to be played by Parliament for a number of reasons. Maybe we'll discuss a little bit later. About business community, they are now on the right track with what is happening on the common regional market, but also youth. And we had today in the morning a very interesting session of young people from the region that brought together different perspectives, and I'm really very happy that the speaker now is Jana Soukupova. She's a young leader, founder of the Speak Youth Hub, an organization that has proved successful in introducing young people and their claims into politics. For that purpose, Jana opened deliberative platforms for young people in the Czech Chamber of Deputies. My question would be for this: do you think that this experience helped youth build trust in politics and get involved in the decision-making process? That has been one of the most important messages and that was in today's early morning session. And Jana is also ambassador of the Czech Republic in the European Democracy Youth Network, EDIN, a network of 23 European countries, including the Western Balkans, aimed at connecting young leaders, journalists, and young activists. Jana, based on your experience of EDIN network events on the Western Balkans, but also on the high-level civil society conference on youth that took place in Prague a few months ago, what you may identify as three main problems encountered by young people in the Western Balkan countries, and maybe three main recommendations of EDIN network on the Western Balkans for the European institutions, and if you have any other suggestion for the young people from the region. Jana.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam President. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big honor that I can speak at this panel. So let me first speak a bit about the national experience of connecting young people into decision-making process. But this panel and this whole summit is way bigger than some national experience. Main part of my speech would be dedicated to the EDIN, European Democracy Youth Network and what we do. I also would like to introduce you two of my colleagues today, Michal Kovac, who's the Executive Director of IDIN, and Jan Siegel, who's the CEO and founder of a partner organization of IDIN Strategic Analysis. So first of all, about Youth Speak Up and the national experience, what we did in Czech Republic. In 2019, we kind of created environment that is not hostile for young people when talking about politics and decision-making process. And how we did it. It was my university project where we contacted very successful young people from various spheres like business, NGO, education, and we asked them, if you would become a politician for one day, what would you change? And we collected very interesting list of agendas called 21 Points for 21st Century. And this was non-political agenda. It's important that it wasn't a politically motivated agenda. It was just a collection of very crucial topics for young Czechs. And when we collected this material, we said, okay, so now we need some political support to push this agenda through. So we asked 7 youth organizations of the parliamentary political parties if they found any of the agendas somehow inspiring for them. And actually, 7 out of 7 organizations joined under this agenda. And we said that with these professionals, non-politicians, and young politicians, we will create those deliberative platforms in the Chamber of the Deputies. So we opened first 4 platforms dedicated to support of early career scientists, environment, digitalization, and mental health. And we've been operating for 2 years. We had some meta successes, and practically everybody who went through this program is currently working in some governmental structures, is running their own NGOs, is actively able to lobby for some good proposals. And myself, I currently work as a Chief of Staff for the Minister for Research, Science and Innovation. So I see this project as something where you create an environment by young people, for young people, and you let them express themselves. You just don't block it. You just have to let it grow. They can really express themselves and they can create wonderful things. And it was very interesting that after 2 years of my work, I met Michal, who is Executive Director of European Democracy Youth Network. And he was like, it's very interesting what you created on the national level. Like, I ran the organization that created similar things in 23 countries. And I was like, wow, that's really, really remarkable and interesting. And before the Czech presidency started, we had a talk. And we were talking about what within the Czech presidency we can focus on and we can still be relevant for our network. And we had absolutely agreement, even with former Minister of Foreign Affairs, who's also a supporter of our network, Karel Schwarzenberg. And we said, if there is one thing that we have to push, even as our network during the Czech presidency, that it's speeding up the accession process and addressing the issues of young people in Western Balkans. So we created a joint project with the strategic analysis. And actually, Jan and his colleague, they traveled almost 90,000 kilometers all over the Western Balkan countries, Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia, to collect the insights of young leaders in the countries from various spheres, various spectra of political parties. So it wasn't just one-sided point of view. It was really, interesting spectra of young people. So what are the issues of young people when talking about the European Union? And we found out 3 main issues. And the first one is actually that the European Union is losing momentum in the Balkans. And young people kind of think that they're a bit failing to deliver on its promises. And this afternoon, I had a chance to speak again with the members of our network, and they were repeating the same and saying, like, even though we see the outcomes of Tirana conference as a successful push of the agenda, we still are kind of missing some deadlines. And however, they also very much welcome the concrete agendas like Rome like at home and in the last few days, like visas for Kosovo and stuff like that. But still, we really, as a network, insist on the deadlines. And especially when I talk with my Northern Macedonian friends, for them it's really frustrating. And where actually this frustration leads is that we are kind of empowering the other forces to be able to get into the scene and start operating. So one of the findings of the strategic analysis outcomes is that European Union should deploy some European hybrid threat specialists to establish more adequate defense measures. I'm very happy that I read that hybrid threats and cybersecurity are one of the key agendas in the Tirana Declaration. So now I'm really looking forward to see concrete steps, because this is a massive problem. The second biggest issue, as it was mentioned many times today, is the brain drain as a strategic threat. As we heard, each Western Balkan country has lost between 200,000 to 600,000 young people in the last decade. And it's because of the corruption, clientelism, nepotism, and other things that in some countries we're already seeing some kind of progress, which is very, very good. But when we were asking the network and the respondents what actually European Union could do to help, we found two main points. One is doubling the amount of foreign direct investments into the Western Balkan countries to assure that in Western Balkan countries we will find more European-like business environment that will attract more young people, that will not push them to go abroad, that will kind of create the environment European-like with the European labor market standards. Also, what we found as a potential solution would be, and as Armir said in the previous panel as well, the Erasmus Plus-like schemes for young people in the Western Balkans. And we kind of went above just the Erasmus Plus, because it's on the one side very important for the university students, but on the other hand, it's also important to think of the young professionals, to think of people entering the labor market, to enable them to have these job exchange and so on. And we found out that there can be one interesting solution, and that those are the loans for the people traveling. But if they will return to the Western Balkans, the loans could be annulled. They are one of the possible solutions. Of course, if European Union or European Commission would come up with different solutions, we are like very welcome, but that can be something interesting to consider. And then the third part is young people as the future of the Western Balkan, because from what we heard everywhere around is that young people in Western Balkans are ready to cooperate, that they are ready to leave the past behind and to move on and focus on their shared future. And I think that that's wonderful. We also mentioned these outcomes in a Prague conference, as she mentioned. This was this high-level civic society conference on youth policy in Western Balkans, organized by European Economic and Social Committee. I'm very happy that the outcomes we created are part of the outcomes of the conference. So we are really happy to start negotiating the concrete measures and implementation of these points.
Thank you, Jana. I'm happy that this summit today, that youth got a lot of attention and priority, and maybe I quote Prime Minister Rama saying that all this should be put in practice, and activism of the youth to search for their position in the society, in the region, and in our national countries also should be encouraged in a sense. Thank you very much. Now maybe reaction from the audience, if there are questions for the speakers so far. If there is no, I'll just maybe start with the next speaker. As special representative of the German Federal Office for the Western Balkans, but also as a former member of the Bundestag, and very active for years with many contacts in our region, I'd like to, I'm very happy to have Mr. Manuel Sarrazin in this panel, and maybe as opening remarks, I wanted also to mention that Germany is one of the EU member states that has been instrumental to regional cooperation in the Western Balkans. Since 2014, much effort is invested in the Berlin process, a flexible framework which produced valuable and useful initiatives such as common regional market. Last month's summit in Berlin gave a concrete push by facilitating connectivity, people-to-people exchange, and labor market. Another incentive for the region, which in a way was mentioned in the previous session as well, is the most recent promise of the Chancellor Scholz to put enlargement process back on track, vowing to make the Western Balkans a future priority for his government. Which this has a spillover effect also in other member states, because it is really very important that for the EU, the Balkan, it's good that it's kind of the Western Balkan has a strategic partnership with the EU, but probably it might also have a more priority position in the in the list for things to be done by the European Union. So, and on this moment, I wanted just to post three questions to Mr. Sarrazin. On the state of play of democracy, rule of law, and media independence in our region, how can EU support be improved at every step of the accession process to prevent setbacks? The other question would be, how should the EU give more emphasis and support to national parliaments in the region to strengthen their capacities and independence to exercise needed push, oversight and legislation scrutiny to improve governance? And maybe last question, probably I really do trust in potentials of a regional parliamentary forum, an initiative that would help more trustful regional political environment for overcoming the past, push for reforms, and be conducive for common advocacy to the European Union.
Thank you. So first, I think if you look to the state of play regarding media freedom, democracy, pluralism, it is overall a mixed picture, of course, but we should not ignore that in the region we also already witnessed some setbacks. And I think that the approach is perhaps not right to just put it onto the region, because also in countries like Germany within the last 10 to 15 years, questions for media became more difficult due to all the different topics coming up of financing media, internet, social media coming up, but also political atmosphere of debates changed. I think it's quite clear that in the region, I would say this is not a success story so far. And we have to be more better in linking the concrete state-of-the-art on the ground regarding media freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of activists, of NGOs, and of investigative journalists to the negotiation procedures. And this cannot only be linked to legal state of art, this also must be linked to the state of art on the ground, which is on the same hand not easy to objectively measure. But it is clear all the region, critical journalists, critical activists became under high pressure by state-run institution, by state-run media, by private-run media linked to state, by private-run media linked to politicians. This is not good. Second, national parliaments. I think it's really important, and of course, now, like for 9 months now, I'm working for the government. Before I was an MP, so my view, of course, changed a bit. So if I try to put myself into the shoes which I'm off now, I would say the question how national parliaments are in the procedure of negotiations engaged is really decisive. And some people here in the room perhaps know that in German parliament, I was one of those guys always in opposition, putting the government to constitutional court to give us more information and decision rights. I think it's really important that there is a parliamentarian process on the concrete technical questions of enlargement. And this parliamentarian process is not only there for having MPs co-deciding or controlling decisions of government, but also for using the parliament as a public space for open public discussion on what reform measures, on what's taking place as concrete change in politics because of accession. To hold not only the government accountable, but also to show that there is a national process taking place in taking over the acquis and the criteria coming from Brussels. And the quality of adoption is also mainly linked to the quality of politicians and administration at home. I think that this is, of course, more difficult in the regions because it must be a tailor-made approach for each political system. We also have quite different cultures of including national parliaments in European Union affairs within the European Union. The Danish model, for example, would never fly in Germany. The French model would never fly in Denmark, I think. But it's really clear that national parliaments have to have a say there. I also think that it's not only about national parliaments, it's also about civil society. But national parliaments can, in a good setup, play an important role also in having a public place for debates and also for accessibility of information for good media. And both, it's quite clear, we will not succeed with enlargement in the region if we don't come back also in finding these changes in mindsets which were so detrimental in the Baltic and Central European experience. Also coming back that this change of mindsets regarding culture of democracy is strengthened in the region. And for this we need free media, quality media, and also media literacy more in the region. I would also say in Germany, by the way, but we talk about the region, and that's perhaps even more urgent. Regarding regional parliamentarian forum, I made the experience that it's really, really important for parliaments to meet. So to be really frank, Tilda Glona is here. I remember the time when we had discussions in German parliament on Albania and starting of the accession. You also really well remember that time. And it was really important that our colleagues from Albania started and traveling on regular basis, also from different parties, to Germany and meet colleagues. Not only the experts in the European Committee, perhaps also like other committees, budgeting or whatever, to just show, hey, listen, you read about us, you talk about us, but perhaps I'm a bit different if we just meet. I think this can be important within the region even, but it's also important to have a forum where you have these reasons to talk. So events like today, perhaps with less time for panels and more times for drinking coffee and other stuff, but that people meet. We underestimate this, how important it is to have an impression of the other MP. And sometimes this is, especially when it's becoming problematic, really, really important. And I think this would be a good point. I think that a lot of MPs from the region know each other, but I think we underestimate that perhaps some MPs in the region know better us from Germany or Netherlands or Czech Republic than they have talked to each other. And sometimes also it's perhaps more interesting to have them all at the table. Of course, we have to have limited times for Serbs and Kosovars, because otherwise 90% of time they will spend with talking to us about themselves, I mean the other ones. But stop with joking, to have some kind of also different atmosphere around the table. When we were organizing or preparing the summit on 3rd of November in Berlin, which was really successful, perhaps even surprisingly successful, we figured out at some stage with the Sherpas of the heads of government around the table that there was a positive atmosphere taking place. And a lot of them were saying, like, we didn't meet enough because of COVID. There was not enough of this. We have to sit together and we need to bring a result, and that suddenly it's also changing the atmosphere. And I think this creating positive atmosphere by sitting together and trying to reach something together, and not only bilaterally, can be really positive. On the other hand, don't try to make this a kind of parliamentarian forum which should bring any scrutiny, any legitimacy, or any parliamentarian oversight or control. This will not work out. The job for this in the enlargement process is for the European Parliament towards the Commission, and for the national parliaments towards the Council, and especially national parliaments to their own governments.
Thank you very much indeed, and I really could only testify that, because when I visited, a few times that I visited Bundestag, you see members of parliament and governments from everywhere, from every country of the region, entering and leaving one office from another. So the Bundestag built every day. It's like that. But nevertheless, my main point is that how to make national parliaments of the region more responsive and more responsible for the reforms in the country, but also trying to probably develop a new and more improved political culture in the region for pushing for reforms. Now, maybe if the audience might have questions for any of the speakers, it's open. But I wanted to bring to ask the panelists and bring to their attention two questions that Friends of Europe has prepared from Citizens Platform from Debating Europe program. So there are two questions. One is a citizen of Europe named George, and he asks, is there a risk of the EU relaxing the requirements for the accession process for geopolitical reasons, something that even I mentioned a little bit at the beginning? What is the probably the impact of the changing and all these kind of new security threats that probably it's more and more present in the region? Maybe they create an environment for relaxing requirements. If I would connect this with one of the main questions that I asked, is that you see things are happening from the Europe. We see everything developing from the European Union perspective, with all the requirements and conditionality that our countries have to develop and reach. And the other side is how what can the region do better in order, let's say, to improve not only the reputation, but also jointly advocate and jointly develop, most probably even a roadmap that was mentioned by one of the speakers, that not competing with each other, but trying to develop and build a date. You were asked, Manuel, in summit of Berlin process by my colleague from North Macedonia. Can you give us a date? You recall. You didn't mention a date. European Union is not mentioning a date. Yesterday's summit.
You mean you want a date with me?
No, not a date. But you see, I think now the region has to build the date, the region itself. So that's my main, let's say, idea on that. The region has to work with each other in every layer of the society. It's like governments, not alone. It's not the property of the prime ministers and heads of government. Parliaments, yes, much more than do. Civil society, think tanks, youth, everything. And I think it has to be developed a new climate that probably even the region itself build a regional roadmap, and most probably also try to work and agree. That's their own, but that's part of their joint advocacy coming from the region. And the second question for the panelists has to do with, it's done by Bogdan, and have the tensions with Hungary and Poland not demonstrated that the EU needs its own democratic reforms before it admits new members? So there are these two questions. Madam President, if you want to.
If I may tackle the question of criteria of admission, either relaxing them or making them more stringent. Latvia was part of the Big Bang expansion of 10 countries being accepted at once. And the European Commission, after the fact, in the next few years, concluded that 2 out of these 10 were not at the same level of readiness for European standards, if you like, than the other 8. And at that time, it was decided that for the next enlargements, no lowering of standards would be admitted for whatever reason, but that one would strictly, and if you like, bureaucratically stick to what the demands of the European Union were for becoming a member. Because it is now, you become part of a whole where everybody else is concerned by what happens in any one of the members. So that, if you like, what happens in North Macedonia or in Albania or in Kosovo, once they become members of the European Union, is of equal concern to other countries in the Union, both north, south, east, and west. So far, the attitude had been that the more, if you like, especially now that there's a war in Ukraine, I think inevitably the questions of security, be it the ability to control and ensure the internal security of one's citizens, or the foreign policy attitudes towards what is happening in Ukraine, would be factors taken into consideration. And if the whole European Union has decided that Ukraine has been attacked without basis and reason, and international law has been broken by what is being done there by the army of the Russian Federation, then any country who supports the Russian effort and thinks that it's a wonderful thing is clearly not in tune with the values of Europe. And automatically, I think in the mind of many citizens of many countries besides mine own, would say this country has not answered to the European standards. And this goes on for other elements as well. Control of organized crime, control of corruption, what measures have been taken to reduce, the young woman was talking about clientelism and so on, and corruption. These are serious matters. You cannot have good governance unless these questions are tackled.
Thank you. Mr. Sarrazin?
Yeah, on the risk on relaxing the criteria, of course. On the other hand, enlargement always functioned in the way that you have to be really strict on criteria, and sometimes you have to be also really strict on timing. This is, by the way, a reason not to give you a date. The grand rule of enlargement, never give a date, at least not much too early. And now it would be for sure much too early. We have to be really keen on the criteria. On the other hand, sometimes you also need to invest some trust into a society to hold the ball rolling, to give the believing. I think in the Western Balkans, to be honest, in the moment, we are far away from this classical logics of enlargement in the Central Eastern European states. We have to first build back credibility of the European Union that we want to enlarge, and we will. And therefore, it is, I think, really decisive that my government is having such a clear, also emotional standpoint on that. But of course, we know that many politicians in the region would like to be geopolitically integrated immediately without undertaking democracy or rule of law. But everybody who is an expert on the European Union knows the internal market is the core of this. And one of the most important engines is the Commission, European Parliament, but also the court. And we need to have clear legal grounds executed and being valid on the ground everywhere in the Union. Otherwise, we can put the Union also to the garbage bin. So we have to be strict on criteria, but we also have to be knowing that enlargement always was also the creating and the using of momentum. So now we have this problem on Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example, where Germany is having a standpoint to be clear on the criteria. I don't know exactly how the other countries in the Council are. We have a proposal from the Commission. How to execute this well? Good question. Yeah? If we talk about the 2004 enlargement, why it was on the 1st May and not on the 1st January? Do you remember? Ms. President for sure will remember. Yeah? I think we almost screwed up then. I mean, I was really young, but I think 1st of January 2005, many countries would have said, no thanks, too late. Yeah? On the other hand, we also got perhaps more out in this round than in the 2007 round, where we were perhaps too early with a fixed specific date. Second point, what can be the region doing better? Good news would be great. Good news gives us also confidence in the region. And sometimes it is important for us to create good news among the region, and you don't mind about your domestic politics at home. Second is, the main point in Central Eastern Europe in that time was that every politician where you would have the impression that he or she is not delivering approximation to the European Union would be dismissed in the next elections for sure. So there was a huge leverage by us. And I think this could be a contribution of the region to be more clear on that. Who's talking bad about Europe will not be elected again. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, by the way. Yeah? And this is valid for different antipodes in the region, by the way.
Thank you. Maybe we are
I will be
one sentence,
very
just
short.
because there are two questions from the audience.
Okay, so
yeah, please.
Just a short note. So if we're not willing to take a risk, what's the alternative geopolitically? That's it.
Thank you.
Paul Taylor from Friends of Europe. In the report that I published today, one of the things that I advocated was bringing more of the benefits, the tangible benefits of membership up front in the candidate countries during what is, we know, and Manuel Sarrazin has underlined, will be a long process. How does he think that can be done? Because it's something which people seem to agree with in theory, but when you start to look at it in practice, national parliaments, governments are not keen. Where's that money to come from, and so on. What are his thoughts on that? Thank you.
Mr. Fuller?
Stefan Felle, former Commissioner for Enlargement, and may I, Madam President, dear colleagues, may I misuse sort of that status for not asking the question, actually commenting two things which I consider of great importance. First of all, my gratitude to the moderator at the beginning. What you have done this morning with the three leaders, with the two prime ministers and one president. Excellent, 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 excellent. Okay, I have not seen this for years. So I'm now relaxed and I'm leaving Brussels and this meeting, you know, that, yeah, there is still sort of, you know, hope. Huh? Great job. Second, look, we are sometimes omitting that a lot has happened when it comes to the enlargement. When the 10 countries, Madam President mentioned, joining the European Union, the one thing which the people in the European Union have underestimated was that it's a different process when you have the countries which are sort of more or less part of the Western democracies for decades, and when you have the countries undergoing the huge social, political transformation. And the enlargement process was not ready for that. The enlargement process at the time the Czech Republic and others were joining the European Union was about the ticking the boxes. It was about how many laws have been adopted, yes, institutions established, yes, but no one has asked the questions, okay, do these new laws make sense? Are they working? Are they implementing? The institutions, are they working? Are they staffed? Do they have the resources to do their job? And so on. These questions were not there. With the Croatia, it has changed. The Croatia, at least the end part, the final part, it has been the subject of the track record. And after that, me and my colleagues who took this responsibility after me, each and every time they have tried, I mean, to bring something more fundamental first, the chapter 23, clusters, I mean, but you can do this or that only for a limited period of the time. Huh? You cannot just each and every time, I mean, to look in the process itself without actually missing the most important thing. And the most important things, my dear colleagues, is that the enlargement engine has stopped a long time ago. And that the most important task for is to restart it. What I mean the enlargement engine? It's very clear, very simple. There are homeworks for the candidate countries to move forward, adopting the acquis. And when it does, to adopt the specific part of the acquis and so on, there is a corresponding step from the European Union moving that country forward in the accession process. So the incentives being put there in this process. This is not working anymore. So with all due respect, rather than focusing on what, again, the leaders in the Western Balkans have missed, have not done, and so on, shouldn't we sort of ask ourselves, have we done everything, actually, to put this engine in work again? I mean, being a politician in the Western Balkans, frankly speaking, I would look at the situation, I would realize, okay, if I do this reform or that reform, I'm being asked by the commissioner and DG, it was enlargement, now it's DG NEAR, and what? Will I get anything for that? Will I get some kind of incentives? I could
show to my electorate, my people, that look, it's worth it to do it, these difficult reforms, because there are incentives. It brings us closer to the European Union. Each and every time we do something, it moves us forward. And if I would realize that there is no such a process, that I could do these kind of reforms, and after the 4 years, my electorate would say, well, guy, I mean, those were 4 years of reforms. Have you moved us closer to the European Union? No, you have not. Thank you very much. Okay, you're history. And that's exactly the kind of fatigue, I mean, I'm sorry, we have imposed on that region. Okay? So shouldn't we finally ask ourselves, I mean, what needs to be done that the engine works? And there are actually 3 things. The one has been already fulfilled. I think that the President Macron initiative for the political platform is a fantastic tool. I don't know whether he has meant it for that purpose, but I think it provides us with something what is missing. And what we're missing is a platform where the current EU member states and the aspirant and candidate countries, when they see each other, meet each other, and talk to each other on equal basis. Because frankly speaking, if something really is pushing on all of us, whether we are in or outside, it is this kind of professor-student attitude. And if it lasts for a number of the years, then it might ruin a lot of things. The second thing which we need is to make the enlargement more attractive, both for the EU member states and for the candidate countries. And there are a number of ideas how to bring the incentives of the enlargement. Please. I'm very close, but okay. I'm sorry. I consider this really important. If it's not sort of being sounded during the last panel, I think it would be a missed opportunity, particularly after the very excellent beginning. So the second one is to make it more attractive, bringing the advantages along the process, not only at the end of the process. Okay, and there are a number of ideas on the table, and we need to take them and implement them in the enlargement process. And the third, and if not the most important, and this is a message particularly to Berlin, to Paris, to Hague, please, those countries, the member states who have so far hesitations about the enlargement, please understand that it's not only about the Western Balkan countries to prepare themselves for the membership, but it's also about us, about the European Union prepare for the membership. So what do you need to be changed in the EU functioning that we are ready to admit that big number, not necessarily at the same time, of the size of Ukraine, and Turkey still knocking on the door? Let's not ignore it. Okay? Is it only about a veto power? I'm afraid not. I'm afraid it's about much more sort of substantive debate, what kind of the European Union we would like to have. Without those 3 conditions, we could meet here next year and again sort of complain how the Western Balkans politicians again sort of missed opportunity to move the reform forward and thus getting closer to the European Union. But I think the time has come for us to look into the mirror and realize that we have also our responsibility there. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Füller. We are almost done. I don't think there is any last comment, but Madam President or Manuel.
This considerable lecture that we have heard, I would like to mention one thing, and that is that, yes, we do need on the part of Europe a willingness to consider enlargement. When Turkey is told that Germany will never admit it, or that France will never admit it, then obviously that is the end of any kind of hope of integration. And if that were the case for the Balkans, then we wouldn't be here and we wouldn't be talking about it. But when it comes to what each country has to do, I must say that when we had, I as president had to lobby for our referendum, because we did have a referendum, do we want to join the Union or not? It had to be approved by a vote of the population. And I told them that any reform that we have performed and engaged in order to be candidates for the Union, is a reform that we have accepted, we have agreed for its aims, and it will be good for our country even if we do not get accepted. But since we have fulfilled the requirements, and being in the European Union, from within, from sitting at the same table, then we will be able to tell the Union, look guys, you could improve this, that, and the other. We now, as new members, would propose this and see if we have supporters and we can gain other countries to support us in the idea.
Thank you.
But to expect that the European Union should bend to every possible country in the world so that they could join the Union, it doesn't make sense. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like now to close with the best working words. It's engine works, to make engine works. I've tried during this session to make the engine, what I think, to make the engine works from Balkan countries' perspective. So to make the process inclusive, to make the process of EU integration, accession, and standards to be kind of resilient, to be nationally and regionally owned by not only politics, but also the whole of society, and joint and probably make the engine work to do something to see to make the region think and develop its own objectives towards EU accession, because this, I think, probably might help. What the European Union needs to do, I think Mr. Füle mentioned, and other colleagues mentioned as well. So with this, I wanted to close this session. Thank you very much, Madam President, Mr. Sarrazin, Jana, and all of you for staying a little bit even beyond time. Thank you.
Recording stopped.